All right, so we're here to talk about Gold Rush this time. And rather than do three different commentaries about all three routes, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put all three routes in this commentary and I'm going to splice and dice it as to how it works. But for those fans wondering who that attractive person is, in the upper left-hand corner under that Gold Rush logo, that's me. Okay, granted, that was me from like 10, 15 years ago before I was old and grew a large gray beard, but that's me. But that's not what we're here to really talk about. You'll notice in the background also, like where the Gold Rush game is playing, you can see like faded images in the background. Those are from. That's also myself. That's myself in the hat. You can kind of see me in the lower right-hand corner a few times, kind of turning and smirking. Back in 2000, my friend Adam, the other gentleman in the other hat, looking straight forward at the very top, kind of almost near the center. We used to do his house up for Halloween every year, and back in 2000, we created this whole story about how gold was found here on his street way back in the day, and we passed out this whole flyer that had these pictures of these, sepia aged photos of us to make it look legit. Obviously, people knew it was us because everyone was very familiar with my friend Adam and I from doing these Halloween things. Um, but it was fun. We kind of did this pamphlet thing. So I thought, oh, since I'm doing Gold Rush, rather than just having a black background that I normally do that's behind the game, I'm just gonna find these images of us that we took back then and add them. The image of me in the upper left, though, that is from, it's either like Disneyland or Universal Studios where you can go in there and dress up and they take a picture of you, stuff like that. But anyway, now that I've BS'd all about that, we have now officially started the game for Gold Rush. I'm going to save it as a start, but then I accidentally quit, and then that was just get it started, but you'll see that I'll restore usually in a second right after. So we're going to go ahead and see. We're going to put myself right back where I was. And so we're going to go ahead and start this game. The first route we are going to take is the Panama route. Now, the Panama route, I thought, was the quickest route. It turns out after doing all three versions of this, it is actually the land route that is actually quicker. Because the Panama route, granted, with just like the other games that I play, I'm not using a walkthrough when I do these games, but Gold Rush, this version of Gold Rush was from Sunlight Games. So Sunlight Games somehow acquired or whatever the Gold Rush license because they also eventually made a Gold Rush 2 and they also did a remake of this Gold Rush. So somehow they got the license or whatever, but they also re-released Gold Rush Classic. So this is how I was able to play Gold Rush because my version of Gold Rush that I have like in the box is 5.25 discs, and I don't have a 5.25 drive anymore. I have like a USB 3.5, but there is no 5.25 USB unless you custom make it, which is way too much trouble for me to try to do. So anyway, through the Sunlight Games, this is the version I am playing. So in the original, if you play the original from Sierra, there is, instead of the beginning logo, you'll actually see the Sierra logo go up. So anyway, we're going to start the game here. We are looking at a photo album, flipping through the pages, and it will say that, hey, there's a picture here that kind of stands out. So obviously it's kind of giving you a clue to take that photo. Now, one thing I'm going to say about this game is I don't know when they designed it, what they were thinking, but oftentimes you need to look at the floor. So there's an area in the gazebo where you need to look at the floor to see a gold coin. There's an area on the ship when you take one of the routes where after a storm you have to look on the floor to get a paper clip. So there's quite a few times. Oh, and even on the Panama route, there's a route. There's an area where you need to look on the floor, but at least when you do that one, when you walk past it, it says, ouch. Now the catcher is in the Panama route, and you'll see me do it. When I walked by the first time, I don't walk on the path that lets me see that item on the floor. So there is a path that is very difficult to see that lets you through without seeing that item. But I couldn't recall how to cross the river, so I was thinking, oh, I need to go back and get the vine. Like I remember I thought there was like a vine I need to swing on or something like that. So by going back and then forward again, I was able to actually hit that thing on the floor. So, but we'll talk more about that when we get there. So if you push down the roller on the desk, you'll notice that there's a note on there. So if you hit close disk, and then you'll see that note sitting right there. You're going to want to grab that note. And real quick, when I did my playthroughs, so I did like I said before, I did the Panama route first. And when I did the Panama route, what I ended up doing is when I did the Cape Horn route, I did the Cape Horn route all the way up to Sutter's Fort. And then from Sutter's Fort, I basically spliced in my Panama route after that in the video. And then when I did the land route, or sorry, with Cape Horn, you go to Sacramento first. So I spliced in the Sacramento footage from my Panama. So when I did the land route takes you straight to Sutter's Fort. So I did the same thing. So from the Panama game through, I spliced in the Sutter's Fort playthrough so that I wouldn't have to do all three things all over again. So because once you reach both Sacramento, which is literally from Sacramento, you go on a stagecoach that takes you to Sutter's Fort. From then on, from Sacramento / Sutter's Fort, it's all the same. So you're doing all the same stuff. It's only the items that you need to get and things that you need to do prior to which voyage you're taking. So if you're going to Panama, there's something different you need to do. If you're going to Cape Horn, there's something different you need to do. If you're going the land route, there's something different you have to do. And it's not just buying the tickets. What's cool is you can buy the Cape Horn and the Panama tickets right from the same person. So if you save right before you decide which ticket to purchase, you can easily just play right from that point on. The stagecoach, however, you have to go to a different area. So there are other rooms in this game, but there is nothing relevant to pick up. As long as you get the photo and read that note and get the note, from there on, there's nothing else to do in the house. Now you think you need to get that lamp because you're off to California, you're going to need a light source, something. No, you don't. So you can pretty much just ignore the closet, ignore the kitchen, ignore the bedroom. Nothing else in this house matters. What you're going to have to do next is have to turn around and sell it. And I will say, anytime that I'm not like speaking for long moments of time, what I'll try to do, if I remember to do it, is speed up the game so that you're not listening to me or watching a video for 5 hours where there's like gaps of silence. Because there are times like right now, technically I don't need to be talking, but if I remember to do it, this will be fast forwarded and you'll see like a little hand with a remote control. That's just something I've started doing after I found it in Leisure Suit Larry, I think 6 is where I extracted it from. And it's just like a little image of a hand pressing a remote to indicate it's fast forwarding. But yeah, technically like right now, technically no need to talk, but if this is the first commentary video that you're watching, when you see a hand appear and it's pushing a remote control and you think, hey, I don't remember that in Gold Rush, it's because I've basically embedded it into the video, clearly. So you're going to want to remember when you read the bank statement that was on the roller, you're going to want to remember your account number. So in this case, mine is 132. That is randomized. And you'll have to know the account number in order when you go to the bank to get the money. So you can see we put the house up for sale because we're about to head to California. Now, one thing I'm going to recommend is the first thing you should do is choose which route you want to go. If you're going to go Cape Horn or Panama, super easy. They're both, as I said earlier, purchased at the same spot. If you're going to go stagecoach, go find where that is. Like, what you should do in the order of this game is get everything in the house, sell your house, go straight to the bank, get the money out of the bank, and then purchase whichever route you're going to go. So if you're going to go, for example, Panama, Cape Horn, it's literally a screen to the right. There's a guy who sells the tickets. If it's a stagecoach, you're going to have to go left a few screens and find where to purchase the stagecoach area. The reason I say that is there are other things to do in this game, like finding a gold coin, go and reading the tomb of your parents, putting flowers down, getting flowers. So there are a bunch of other little things. But once the game basically announces that the gold rush is on, it is almost virtually impossible to even be able to afford the Cape route, the Cape and Panama route, because they jump up to like over $1,000, and you do not have $1,000. I don't know how much the stagecoach jumps up to. So I think if the thing is called, you may still be able to afford the stagecoach, or the game may just dead end. I don't know. And also, if you don't purchase your tickets fast enough, things will start to leave. So I believe, I think I included it in this. There's a scene where I'm actually waiting for the guy to come out to basically sell me the tickets. And I literally watch in the background. I see the ship, either for Cape Horn / Panama, because they're both the same ship. But you see it literally just leaving. And so when you first put the house for sale, you have to wait for the real estate guy who just now showed up. So you can already see him burning time just waiting for the real estate guy to show up. And he offers $850, and you're going to go ahead and hit yes. So now your house is officially sold. You can no longer go in. So make sure you get everything before you sell the house. So in case you're wondering why I was just walking around there, I have to wait for that real estate guy to come and basically purchase the house from me. So once that's done, you can move on. He'll go in the house. And then, like I said, what you're going to want to do is run straight to the bank, get your money from the bank, and then from there, purchase whichever route you're going to go. Because there are other things to do, and some of it is not necessary. Like reading the tombstone, not technically necessary, but it gives you points. Putting the flowers down, not technically necessary, but it gives you points. And so there is a sign here that says keep off the grass. Every time you step on the grass, if I remember correctly, you lose a point. And if you lose, I think it's 5 points, like if you keep walking on it. So there's where you pick up the flowers. So if you keep walking on the grass, a cop will come by and issue you a ticket. So now, again, when Sunlight Games re-released the Gold Rush games, I replayed this game. So I just replayed it in 2014 when I got it from Sunlight Games. I purchased the Anniversary Edition and the Classic from Sunlight Games. And then when they released Gold Rush 2, which I plan to eventually play for the channel, I also purchased that as well. So I have Gold Rush 2 to eventually play. And I will play also the Anniversary Edition, which is the touched up remade version. So I'll eventually get to playing that as well. But I want to play like other Sierra games first. And so what I was going to say is I've played this game fairly recently. I know I played it in 2014 when I got it again. And I think I played it after that. So I think I want to say I played it during the pandemic, but I did not think about recording it for my channel. And back in 2014, I didn't even have this channel yet. So here I am now replaying it. But so what I was going to say is most of this is, not most, a lot of it is committed to memory, because when I replayed it in 2014, and I think when I replayed it again in 2020, I did all 3 routes. I kind of did the same thing. So most of it is committed to memory. But there are things like that gold coin on the floor that are difficult. I think it flickers every once in a while. Like you'll see a little flash standing there. But it's only because I played it so many times that I actually remembered, hey, there's a gold coin here, and I'm just going to move through as quick as I can to grab all my stuff. But I think, like when I originally do it, when I'm walking around right here right now, I actually burn too much time, and this is, like I said, where I don't actually end up making it aboard the ship. So you're going to see me walk around quite a bit, and a lot of this is just burning time, but you can see some of the stuff that you can do. So for example, one of the things you can do is you can talk to her. She gives you some information. You can go up to your office, which is in the upper right hand corner. If you read stuff on your desk, there's stuff about potentially like Gold Rush and other things happening. And then you're eventually going to want to go down to the lower left and tell your boss that you quit, just as a courtesy that, hey, I'm leaving, going for this Gold Rush thing. So there are a bunch of things. And when you do leave, whatever route you take, it'll tell you, hey, you have, like 55 out of 60 points. there's some interesting reading in your office or whatever. So all of this that I'm doing right now is pretty much not going to matter because I'm going to have to restore at pretty much after selling the house. But I left all of this in here basically to show, like, here's all the stuff you can do. Like I said, recommend selling the house, waiting for the real estate guy, taking the offer, then just choosing which route you're going to take and then buying those tickets. So you read the clippings in your office and they're about your brother and you're wondering what he's doing. And then you find out that your brother Jake was accused of a crime, but supposedly he didn't do it. And although he was promised a fair trial, they weren't interested in justice. And so his only alternative was to leave town. So obviously, we're going to discover, or we will discover, that he headed west once the news of gold reached. Now, I will say I'm kind of torn. So I like that there is a timer in this game, and you have to, basically get your tickets and stuff like that before the gold rush is announced. But at the same time, they put so much like extra stuff you can do, like going in here, reading about your brother, going in here, telling your job you quit, talking to these other characters and finding out a little bit more about each thing. But really, unless you've played this game, there's no way you're going to be able to knock all of this out before that timer goes off that says the gold rush is on. So unless you do like what I said, is basically sell your house, wait for the real estate guy, take his offer, and then go purchase your tickets immediately, you're not gonna be able to do it. Like if you do what I am literally doing right now before I realize that I need to get this stuff quicker, you're just not going to have the time. So it is kind of a bummer in the way that it's set. It's, I get the timer. It's a thing to make you move faster. But man, is it disappointing when you've gone through and you've talked to everyone, you've said your goodbyes, you've quit your job, you've read the read the tombstone on your parents' stuff, and then you realize, oh, that's the ship I need to go on, and it's sailing away. So there's the timer is cool because it does create that urgency, but if you go through and you're saving along the way, or if you don't save, it can be a brutal thing to be like, oh, well, now I have to restart. And so the timer's cool because it does, see, like I'm reading signs that I'm just burning so much time and not realizing that timer is about to kick me in the rump. So it is cool that the timer is there, but, but man, it'll mess you up. All right, so it looks like we got a letter. Postmaster claims, good news, Jared, you have a letter. And he places the letter on the counter. As a matter of fact, you'll see, I think I did it both in the Cape Horn and the land route, because after I did the Panama route and got burned by watching my ship sail away, you'll see that as I'm walking, I'm doing things. So like I've gotten the letter, like here I'm just, like again, I haven't realized that the timer is about to kick me. But you can see here I'm just reading the letter and I'm just spending my time looking at stuff. When you see me play on the Cape Horn and the land route, like I'm literally walking and typing read letter, get stamp, look at stamp, and all these things, rather than just standing there. I'm moving to get to areas and typing these commands to see them. Because good old Jared here is taking his time, and it doesn't go well for Jared. So I think they did like such a great job on how they designed this city. For being the limited graphics that it is, I mean, the buildings look great. The trees have shadows. They have people moving about, so it kind of feels very much alive. You have these people, these offices where all these people are working and stuff like that. So I thought they did a really, really, really good job with Gold Rush. And it's probably why I enjoy this game so much. It does feel very much alive. Like even when you go on the ship, doesn't matter which ship you take. The Cape Horn one, oof, that one is a little sadder. We'll talk about it more when we go on the Cape Horn ship. But they have people on the ship that you can talk to, and it's the same as the Panama. But the Cape Horn one has something that's pretty sad that happens. And even on the land one is great because you have all these people and you see all these tents with people laying in them, and you see like in the background there's like tents all laid out. So you really get this feeling that there's an exploration happening here. Like they do a great job. And just like the little thing floating up there, don't forget to like and subscribe. I am still trying to hit 1,000 subscribers. I am at, I think last time I checked, I'm at 710. And the reason I'm trying to hit 1,000 subscribers is because once I hit 1,000, I can actually start to monetize my channel. And, my channel isn't getting, like, most of my videos are getting, like, somewhere between 100 to 200 views, so it's not a lot. So whatever I do monetize when I do reach 1,000 subscribers probably isn't going to be a lot of money, but living in San Diego and currently being the sole provider for my family because my wife is not able to work due to medical issues, even like the tiny bit of money that I could make off of whatever I might be able to monetize, I mean, that's going to help put, gas in the tank, food on the table, keep the lights on, help pay the rent, whatever. It's going to be a little bit of extra money that I didn't have before. So if you have not already clicked like and subscribe, please do. We interrupt this game for a special announcement. The rush is on. So property values in town are dropping, ticket prices are raising. So if you haven't sold your house by now, you're not going to get as much for it because everyone is leaving and headed for California. So here we see a little sign about the Seafair. Apply at house 12. And then if you haven't sold your house, like I said, you're not going to get as much for it now. And also, any tickets you buy are going to be outrageous in cost because everyone is traveling. So now there's a whole supply and demand happening. Now, stupid me, I'm still playing thinking that I will be able to afford these tickets because I forgot that it basically gouges you if you want to go Panama or Cape Horn route. Again, I don't know if when the rush is on, if you can still afford the stagecoach route, which is probably something I should have checked when I played. But I wanted to go the Panama route, so I was like, well, once I figured out that I'm not going to be able to afford the Panama route, ended up restoring and basically doing what I said earlier. Sell your house, run to the bank, run back to the guy's house, and basically wait there until he comes out, buy the ticket either to Cape Horn or Panama, or run over to where you can go to the stagecoach. But as you can see here, I'm still casually moving around. Now it's time to go visit my parents' grave. So even having played this back in 2014, and I think again in 2020, I still forgot that once the rush is on, that pretty much you can afford for sure Cape Horn and Panama. I do not know if you can still afford the stagecoach route. So if you remember, when you looked in the photo book, or the photo album, I'm sorry, it talks about how your parents died, and then obviously you go here and you see both of your parents' gravestones. But when you read the letter from Jake, it talks about, hey, our father's grave buried out here near Sutter's Fort. You'll know when you get here. So he's leaving all kinds of weird, obscure clues, because even the letter with the punched holes in it kind of doesn't make sense until when you get to the grave. We'll get there eventually. When you get there, you can see, obviously, once you find the clue about who to look for in the graveyard, it'll make sense. So now that I've walked around, pretty much done most of what you can do in this town, except for purchase the ticket, which you're about to find out that I cannot afford. What I'll do is I'll just fast forward this segment pretty much, unless something pops up, and then we'll talk about each of the travel routes. But in the meantime, you can watch me as Jared, leisurely going through the town. I will say I have the memory of a gnat sometimes, because even though I was just in the warehouse, where it says, "Hey, go to house 12," which is technically Jared's neighbor. The ship will be leaving in less than 1 minute. I totally blanked again during this playthrough on where to find the ticket, even though I just read "Go to house 12." See, buy ticket. Literally just walked right by the sign that told me where to buy the ticket. I think that's so. It's difficult to see when you're watching my playthrough. So sometimes what'll happen is I'll start playing a game, I'll save, and I'll come back a day or two later or whatever. That's why a lot of times when I'm saving a game, you'll see in my save game here, one of the things I saved as is account number is 132, because I knew that's randomized and that I need to have it. You can probably always look at your bank statement, which you pretty much keep until you have to start throwing things away. But a lot of times I'll play the game, save, come back a day or two later, and I would have already forgotten some of these clues that I read, where I read a sign that says, "Hey, go buy it at house 12." So, I come back 2 days later after having already read that sign and I've already forgotten where to buy it. Or sometimes I'm just so caught up in the game that I just start reading things. I was like, okay, next thing. I need to get in the habit of, and this is probably true for anyone who plays Sierra games, get in the habit of writing stuff down, where you find things, what people say, and pick up everything that isn't nailed down, essentially. So yeah, we'll just let this fast forward and catch up to where I buy the tickets. Again, unless I see something or decide to ramble about something. Oh, and just like that little sign floating up on the left, don't forget to click like and subscribe. I'm trying to get to that 1,000 subscribers. Thank you. So right there, I just, if you didn't see it, I typed in, "Oh damn, the ship is gone," because they literally said we're leaving in a minute. So I restored again. I still haven't figured out my lesson that I should restore further back to actually get it. Because there's another instance where I'm about to buy the ticket and I see the ship sailing off in the background. I kind of talked about it earlier. But it's a pretty comedic scene, considering that you're there to buy a ticket and there you go, watching the ship sail off behind it. So anyway, we know we've got less than a minute to basically get a ticket and try to get on the ship, but Gold Rush is already on. It's going to be too expensive to take the ship. But me, being me at the time, has not yet realized it. So there's a guy we need to buy the ticket from, because he just talked about putting the poster up at the warehouse. So we know we need to get the ticket from him. It's just a matter of finding where he lives, which house. So now we found the sign that says fastest way, inquire within. You see the guy gesture at the gate. Try to open the gate. It says only the homeowner can do it, so he comes out. And he's been getting some business from the poster in the warehouse. And try to buy a ticket. Everyone's doing that these days, Jared. I've had to raise the cost. So as you can see, the Panama route is now $2,300 and the Cape route is $1,800. So we don't even have anything close to $1,800. I think it's $1,050 because the homeowner, or the realtor gives you $850 and then you get $200 from the bank. So you might, again, I don't know, I've not tested this after the rush has been announced, if you can afford and there's the there's the boat in the background leaving. I don't know if you can afford. No. Anyway, I don't know if the cost after the stagecoach, after the after the announcement is made, if you can actually afford the stagecoach even after the gold rush is announced, because I don't know how much that costs after the rush is announced. And you can see, even though I had a number of things going against me, I can still laugh about it because I actually still really enjoy the game. I think they did a fantastic job of the game. Even the random deaths that can happen, that there's nothing you can do to prevent. You will literally randomly just die on the ship partway through, or during like the land travel you might die, or while you're crossing some area of the jungle you might die. And it's not anything that you did, it's just a random disease, which is technically accurate. People did randomly die on these trips, so it's an interesting element that they added, putting that into the game, that you may die randomly without not being able to avoid it. Just a random disease hits you and you just perish. So definitely, just like Allo used to say, pretty sure Allo originated the comment, is save early, save often. You'll definitely want to do that with this game. Oh, and you know what? Speaking of saving early and saving often, in case this is your first playthrough that you've ever watched me comment on, there'll be times where you'll see the list of save games being displayed on the screen. It looks like it's locked, like nothing's happening, whatever, and the save screen is full. So my only option is to basically overwrite a save game. When you see it paused like that, what I'm actually doing is I'm alt-tabbing out of the game, moving those save games into their own new folder, like Save Game 01. And then that way I go back into the game and able to save again. So that way I'm never overwriting any save game. I will overwrite, like later on you'll see when we eventually, I swear, we eventually do make it to California. You'll see that I do save sometimes when I'm panning for gold. So I have I think it was like 3 save games that it's called gold, more gold, even more gold, or something like that. And I would rotate between the 3 of them as I was walking between screens and panning for gold. Because from what I remember, and it did not happen in this playthrough, I thought, I could swear I remember while I was out there panning for gold that I had been robbed before in one of my previous playthroughs before the channel. It surprisingly did not happen to me the whole time I was out there panning for gold, so I don't know if I'm just misremembering or what. So I've sold the house. I think that's what I did. I don't think I've gone to the bank yet. So you get 850 for the house. So Panama is not affordable, but the Cape Horn is. Yeah, see, so I've only sold the house, so I haven't gone to the bank yet. So I need to zip over to the bank and get the 200 from the bank so I'd actually have enough for the Panama trip. So what I'm going to do is go back to where I sold the house. Or actually, you know what? Get the coin, because at the coin I've already sold the house. I've already met the realtor, so now I have the coin. Now I just need to zip over to the bank and then zip over back to his house. Now, because I've restored and only got the coin, I make another mistake. But the game warns me before I depart, because like I said, whichever path you take, the game says, hey, you might have XYZ, or, there's interesting reading at your office, whatever. So because I've only got the coin, I rush over and I go, if I remember correctly, I go get my tickets, but then I forget to go to the postmaster. So then I have to go back to the postmaster and get the letter with the clue with the envelope and the gold flake and all that stuff. And just like the little floating logo says on the left, if you haven't already, please click like and subscribe. So there we go. We got our ticket to Panama. So far things are going all right, right? Yeah. So there you go. You can see from stepping on the lawn, that's when the officer shows up. So I'm going to go ahead and restore, because literally I'm not too far away. So avoid stepping on the lawn, folks, or else the long arm of the law will come after you. All right, so if you are going the Panama route, something to note is you're going to want to go to the hardware store and you're going to want to buy a net. And essentially it's one of those face nets or whatever you want to call them, where you just put it over your whole body. And it's to avoid basically being eaten alive by mosquitoes. So you actually never use it per se. It's not like there's ever a point where you have to put it on or anything like that. I think the game just automatically does it for you, and it just basically checks to see if you have it. Otherwise, there's a good chance, it might be 100% chance, that you will end up with a disease passed on from the mosquitoes. Whether it's malaria or whatever it might be, I don't know. And it's similar if we'll talk about it. If you go Cape route, there's actually something else you want to do, because you'll notice that grocery store right there. However, ironically, if you take the land route, there is nothing extra you have to buy. So now the rush is on. So we've already sold our house. We've already got our ticket. We're pretty much good to go. We just need to make sure that the boat doesn't leave without us. And I think once you buy your ticket, I think the boat will actually wait. I am not 100% certain on that, but there's a few times, I think it's both in the Panama and I think even on the Cape Horn, where when I go to get on the boat, they say something like, "We've been waiting for you." So I think once you have your ticket, you're good to go. Yeah, see? Ship is ready to go. We've been waiting for you. All aboard. And I think this is where I forgot to actually get the letter. So I'll end up restoring. Yeah, 47 out of 60 points available, which is not a lot. So already I know I've missed something just because I have 47 out of 60. I should only be about like 5 or so points off. Because there are certain things that you have to do in a certain order or whatever. But 47 out of 60 is a lot of points missing. There's an important message for you in the post office. So there it is. I'm missing the letter. So without the letter, I don't think you can actually finish the game. So thankfully I saved at the store, which means I'll just need to swing over to the right, and then the post office will be right around the corner. Actually, it would have been better to probably swing to the left, because now you have to go to the bank area and then south of the bank. I don't know which way would have been better to go. So I'm just going to zip through those messages because we already know the rush is on. We already know that I can make it on the Panama boat, and I just need to get the stupid letter. Every once in a while, you'll see the screen flash just like it just did. What that is I'm alt-tabbing to look at my inventory to see what else I might be missing. And I cropped a lot of the inventory screens out. So sometimes when you alt-tab, it does a quick thing where you literally splits the screen into 4 when you're playing. If you do a scene-by-scene edit, so when I clip the inventory screens out, because it's not really necessary, you'll see it kind of flash sometimes. So now we know we need to go to Sutter's Fort because we see that. And it says there's a bump in the stamp. When you move the stamp, there's a gold flake. So now you're pretty sure that Jake has found gold in California, and he's kind of giving you a clue where to go. And here's where he says the letter is great importance. It's an area drained by the American River. So there's the letter with a bunch of weird holes in it. So we need to figure out what all these things mean. And don't worry, folks. Eventually, we leave this area and we actually get on our way to California. I do promise it. I swear. I think this is it. I think we're going to finally be on our way going through the Panama route. After the Panama route, I'll actually cut over and it'll do the Cape Horn route. So we'll do the Panama route until we reach Sacramento, and then we'll cut over, do the Cape Horn route until it reaches Sacramento. And then from there, we'll go to Sutter's Fort. And then when we reach Sutter's Fort, we'll cut over and do the land version until it too reaches Sutter's Fort. All right, so we're actually on the boat this time, and we still don't have the full 60 points. So this will be because we didn't read something in the office, I believe. Oh, in this case, we didn't read the father's tombstone. So we read the mothers, but not the fathers. Not too big of a deal. Nothing important there, other than, obviously being your father's tombstone. But nothing that is going to stop us from being able to do too much from the game. But you know what? Let's go ahead and restore it back because we have time. Apparently the boat's going to now wait for us now that we have a ticket. And I could technically also go up and read, because I don't think I read the stuff in my office at the newspaper place, because I think that's the next thing it'll hit us on. But that's fine. Again, what you read at the newspaper place, even quitting at the newspaper, is not required. The only thing really required is selling your house, going to the bank, buying a ticket to wherever you want to go, and then going to the postmaster. Everything else, and getting the gold coin. You will need the gold coin too. Everything else is pretty much just fluff. So you don't use the letter at this tombstone, obviously. But just in case we wanted to do something funny, it does say, it's an interesting idea, just not the right place for it. Just for giggles, try it on the mothers. Interesting idea, just not the right place for it. Alright, so let's move on. Now, let's head over to the boat. Let's go to Panama. I do promise, eventually we will get there. We're only an hour in, roughly, and still have not made it to California. And I like that I saved the game. Did I miss anything this time? I'm pretty sure this was from about 4 or 5 days ago, and it kind of bleeds in with the other 2 playthroughs. But I'm pretty sure I forgot, or didn't forget, I just didn't go up into my office to read the article about Jake having been accused of a crime and deciding to leave because he knew he was never going to get a fair trial. Which is weird because, it seems like the Wilson family is pretty much very respected. Everyone knows who Jared is and all that other stuff, and seems to treat him well. He's got a great job at the newspaper, so it feels like, it seems like the family was respected. So I'm not sure why he would not have gotten a free trial, or not a free trial, I'm sorry, a fair trial. Gonna save just one more time because I know it's gonna tell me that I missed something. That's why I saved the game. Is now what? Because clearly I don't have 60 points, is what they say. So all aboard. And let's see. Yeah, 55 points out of 60. There's some interesting reading in your office. So yeah, that's when I was meandering around the first time, totally forgetting about the timer. You read about Jake being falsely accused of that crime and then basically taking off because he knew he wasn't going to get a fair trial. This does make me want to play so mentioned earlier how this is the Sunlight Games version of it, because my own version is on 5 1/4, and I no longer have a 5 1/4 drive that I would be able to basically extract these files off of. So when Sunlight Games released it, I was very happy because now I can get it through Sunlight Games. But I think it's now available on Steam and everything else because of Sunlight Games, so you can always get it through Steam and all these other places. But now that you found your brother Jake, I mean, would you convince him that, hey, maybe you should go stand trial? Or do you just say, hey, you know what? Just glad I found you. No one's ever going to, no one from the East Coast is going to come looking for you. Just stay here in California and don't worry about it. Like, what does Jared do at that point? And I wonder if they address that in Gold Rush 2, because that seems like a point of contention, or whatever you want to call it, that Jared would basically now know he found his brother, and now they can definitely afford, good lawyers because they're extremely rich by the end of this game. You'll see how much gold they get. So, but I doubt they address that. That seems like too heavy. Although, on the Cape Horn trip, I did mention it's a more depressing route because something happens. So, I mean, they don't shy away from dark and depressing things happening in this game, that is for sure. And to be clear, when I say dark and depressing, it's not like, you know, this really, really tragic, sad moment that they've built up. Just something happens and you eventually know when they announce it who and what it was. But we'll talk about that on the Cape Horn trip. Right now we're headed for Panama. And I wish I had the rights to Van Halen's Panama to play that music for you right now because it seems utterly fitting. So it talks about how it is often the most expensive route. It attracts the more sophisticated type of passenger. Well, Jared certainly isn't by any means super rich, but you know, this is the route we take. Because we have lawyers and Boston bankers and all these really, really rich people. So it does talk about how the Panama route is faster than the Cape Horn route, which is obvious because for the Cape Horn route, you have to go all the way around South America, versus the Panama cuts through. But ironically, in gameplay terms, the land route actually ended up being the shortest route because both Cape Horn and Panama both took roughly a little over 4 hours of total gameplay. Whereas the land route took, I think, 3.5 hours. So technically, land route is the shortest in terms of gameplay. And probably even in terms of real life. I would imagine that the land route was probably much quicker, for lack of a better word, than actually sailing through Panama. So what I like about this, it also gives you a lot of history about how each route you take has something about it. Like this one talks about how there's these towns that were built and then, over time just basically disappeared again into the forest, into the jungle over time. So then the Cape route will also give you more information as you're passing certain islands. And then the land also gives you a bunch of history, different Indian tribes and stuff like that. So it's really, really cool the amount of detail they actually put into this game. It wasn't just a quick game to, do this and this and this. No, they put information in here that, for lack of a better word, it makes it very educational and, a fun educational type of game. There's no homework afterwards. So we see boats coming out, small little boats to basically take the passengers out and then take them back. So here we are on this boat with a bunch of lawyers and bankers. There is our first tour guide that is pushing the boat along. Again, I love even just the background, like how well they made this jungle look. And the maps, you have to consider the old programming stuff that they had access to for creating these maps. I probably couldn't even draw this map freehand and make it look better than this. So right there it tells you don't touch any of the jungle plants. Some of them have blades and some of them are very poisonous. I'll run into one of those plants on accident later on. Things are going well, but gotta wonder if the guide was in on this. What's about to happen next? The lead native on the shore yells, "Hunga bonga krumba." Your guide interprets. The leader of the natives said, "Give us all your valuable possessions." And then so this is where you pretty much hand everything over except for the items that you need. For example, the gold coin you keep because it's in your pocket, the letter you keep because it's in your pocket, and the photo of the family you keep. So you have the option of saying yes or no. Highly recommend saying yes, because I imagine if you say no, it's pretty much going to be death. Again, some nice detail with that village in the background, pretty close to where those natives attacked us, or, demanded our stuff. But whatever. But really nice detail I like is, other than, the people are walking down, you'll see them go from back there, come into a larger view. So there's a good, cool perspective shot. But also in the upper right-hand corner with that snake slithering around, moving. Just good stuff like that. I will say this is the worst tour guide in the world. And you're about to see why. Because I remember the Panama route being the easiest of the three. But there's a part in the Panama route where it is not clear it's clear what you're supposed to do. You have to cross this river. But when you catch up to the others, you already see them finishing crossing. So you don't know where to go. And it's literally random. And I don't remember if I kept all the times that I died there, but I want to say it was at least 6 or 7 times. And then finally I was like, I'm just going to move every few feet and save a new game, and then move a few feet, save, and then if I die, restore whatever. And I think when I finally decided to do that plan, I actually make it across. But I do die 6 or 7 times at least during that river crossing. And this guy with this book here, he's reading, I don't know why he's just so casually sitting there with no other people around him, but he is reading a Bible. And no matter which route you take, you will encounter him. So if you take the Cape Horn route, you'll encounter him. And then if you take like the land route, he's a part of the traveling wagon. So you'll encounter him there as well. So on the Cape Horn route, he's actually on the boat with you reading. So no matter which route you take, you encounter this guy. So just knowing that the Bible is important, obviously. So it provides a clue. And this is what I was talking about earlier, where you're going to see the list of the save games. The only option is to basically overwrite a save game. And what I've actually done is I've alt-tabbed out of the game, created a new directory called like GRSG01, so Gold Rush Save Game 01. And I'm taking those save games, moving them into that folder so that I'm able to continue making new saves without having to overwrite anything in case I need to go back and do something else. Because that would never happen in the Sierra game. So now you'll see I have a blank slate for save games. Now, technically, you do not need the Bible. You can actually continue without it, but it gives a clue, and it's funny because in the Bible, the clue that it gives you, it's in all caps. So it's clear that this is a clue because everything else is in normal size writing, but this 2 words are in all caps in this Bible verse. And it's weird that this guy who has nothing to do with your brother apparently hands you a Bible that has this clue in all caps. So there's me saving the game as they left me. And so you can see that vine there, right? So the vine comes into place here in a few seconds when the ants show up. So, that makes sense. Jump on the vine, avoid the ants. And when I got to the river, I couldn't figure out how to cross. I kept dying, so I thought somehow maybe I go back and I use the vine, like I have to get the vine. But you'll see when I go back to get the vine, I actually jump back on the vine, and I'm like, okay, clearly there's nothing here. And with ants, you just have to wait it out. So I thought maybe we had to swing the vine to, jump to safety, but no. You just need to wait until the ants go away, and they eventually go away. And see here, you can see them at the very front where they're just ahead of me. Now you need to navigate through this difficult terrain, and you'll see there's going to be a few times I die, because, for example, the snake that I said I love so much drops on my head. It's not the same snake, obviously, but a snake drops on me. And that happens a few times where the snake gets me. And then there's another path where I make it, and things seem all right. And like I said, I get to the river, can't seem to get past the river, so I make my way back. And then on my way back there, or on my way back from trying to get the vine, I go a different path and hit something. So as you can see, I found a route across, and the snake doesn't drop on me. And it seemed like a safe route, nothing unusual. But again, on that screen that I just passed, there was something that I missed. And it's one of those things, like I said, where I don't know when they designed this game, they thought, okay, everyone has to look at the floor. And saving the game is worst guide ever. At least with the thing on the floor on that previous screen, when you go the right way, because apparently there's two paths to cross. See, just die. Anyway, there's two paths to be able to cross, so there is a possibility of missing this item. But at least if you go the right way, it gives you a clue that something's there, that you basically stub your foot. So again, see, I'm just trying different ways to cross it through here, because apparently the guide gave everyone else the way across. But I thought this was going to be like I think it was Larry 2 or 3, where Larry swings on the vine over a ravine. I thought that's where this was going, so I end up trying to go back to try to get the vine. Because it can't go the middle. If I go up a little bit, I die. So it's unclear where to go. So I'm thinking, okay, there's something else to do here. And this is why definitely with this game, get in the habit of save early, save often. Thought I had it, but nope. Got to the halfway point, died again. So now here's where I go back and basically see if maybe I have to get that vine, or if there's something else that I need to get. And whoops, remember where I told you I hit the plant? That's where I hit the plant. And yeah, as you can see, it doesn't go well after that. So if there was a way to die in this game, I found it, probably sometimes several times. Evidence that I am not using a walkthrough, or else this would have been a lot easier. I wouldn't have drowned myself in quicksand like a number of times. I wouldn't have cut myself on the plants. But again, despite having played it back in 2014, and I think in 2020, I think prior to COVID hitting, most of this game is committed to memory, but there's like the smaller details, like this stuff here, having to go a specific path to find something that you would otherwise potentially miss. So again, I found my same path back. So the path that I crossed to get over this, I found that path back. So it seems like it's the right way to go. No snakes dropped on me. I didn't hit any poison plants, nothing like that. But again, there is actually a more correct path, a corrector path, whatever you want to call it, a righter path to actually take. So This scene gives me vibes of Leisure Suit Larry 2. The scene where he crosses the jungle and then he appears in different areas of the jungle, like he'll suddenly pop up from the bushes and go down, and then suddenly he's up in a tree looking around and stuff like, and there's the snake, and stuff like that. That's what this scene gives me vibes of. So if you look, it talks about how centuries ago gold was carried through here, through these overgrown things. So trying to see what's blocking my path, but nothing seems to be in the way. I can't move. All right, so my plan is to get the vine and see if there's anything to do, but we'll see the ants first. And I don't know when the ants appear if you can actually move, Jared, because I tried to grab the vine and it says get closer. But we're about to watch a pretty gruesome death, and the man who handed us the Bible does nothing to help. He just lets us fall down and die and get eaten by ants. You can fight the ants no longer, and see, you see his flesh slowly disappear. What a terrible way to go. The jungle ants are ruthless. Yeah, I would say so. So it seems like I pretty much included every death. I couldn't remember if I included it every time I failed at the water, because it was a lot. So I think we're already on like 6 or 7, so it looks like I did include them all. Sometimes if I repeatedly die over and over and over and over at the same thing, I'll just put just a couple of them, just so you get the idea of how painful that death was, but it looks like I included every time I died. So right there, you'll notice he said ouch, and you can tell that he's further back than the path I took. So click like and subscribe so we can figure out what that is. Actually, we're still going to do it anyway, because we're going to look. You wonder what you just stubbed your toe on. You move back the foliage. What your eyes behold is difficult for your mind to believe. You rub your eyes in disbelief, thinking that you must be seeing things. But what you see is real. There is an ancient gold disc with a Spanish marking on it. It must have been lost during the treasure shipment. So, yeah, we're going to go ahead and get that disc. First, you take a good look around, see that there's no one watching you. Well, don't worry about that, because the guide left us here in the middle of the damn jungle. So we go ahead and get the disc. We're going to go ahead and save, since some miracle I found that path back there. Saving it is, wait, what? But I'm still trying to make my way back, because I still think there must be a vine or something that I need to use to get across that river. Because it just seems like no matter which way I go, I end up basically sinking into quicksand. So jump on the vine. Get vine. It's all you can do just to hang on. There was weird things like that. So where you say climb down the vine, it says climb it. And there's other things where I said open this and it says open it, and it doesn't really tell you. And see right there, I just essentially tried to get vine, and then I typed LOL because I didn't want to jump on the vine. I actually wanted to get the vine to see if that's something I needed. So, okay. Getting the vine is not the answer, obviously. So now we have to make our way. I should have just restored after I got the gold disc and made my way back, instead of now having to try to find my way back. But essentially, if you go, forward, right, forward, right, forward, right, forward, all the way in to make sure you're at the back, you'll know that that's where you need to get the gold disc at. You have to be at the very back of this thing. For saving the or for crossing the river that we still need to cross, I don't even know how to explain it. You basically go in a little bit, go up a little bit, and then go back a little bit. You'll see. So I'm saving it as crossing. So what I'm going to try to do is basically save until it's like right there. Typically I start to sink. So I'm going to save it as crossing 1 and see how far I go. Okay, so right there, still okay. So we're going to call this crossing 2 and still okay. And then not even sure how the frick I made it that time. That's so ridiculous. And I'm going to save it as, are you kidding me? So when I develop a plan to basically move, save, restore if I sink, I actually make it. So I don't know, maybe, no, it couldn't be. Couldn't be if you have the gold disc, it lets you cross. Like it keeps stopping you until you get the gold disc. I don't feel like they did that. I think it was just pure luck. So here we are, we've sailed into Panama City. Talks about how when you get to Panama City, the city is like insanely crowded from all the gold rush people, and that sometimes people actually fight and, you know, do whatever it takes to get on the next ship to head for California Gold. Some people wait 2 weeks, some people wait 2 months. We are one of the lucky ones that only has to wait 2 weeks before we move on. But everyone is obviously thankful to get off their ship for a little while, get their feet on the land, eat some normal food, do different things, meet the locals, whatnot. But this is an ideal place to contract disease at the time because of how crowded it was and all the conditions in which people were sailing and even arriving at Panama City. So it's even difficult to find food or a place to sleep because it is so crowded. So it basically explains it all stems from the lack of ships heading west from here to basically head into California. So all these people get here and there isn't a lot of ships to take them out from here. And the ships that leave for California are overloaded and have pretty horrible conditions because of being so crowded and so overloaded. So it's very easy for disease to spread and become rampant. All right, so the ship is once again on its way. And it's weird when you look at the map this way, it looks like it's on the East Coast, but you'll see it's actually flipped. So yeah, now you'll see it's actually, when it was leaving, it was actually West Coast. It's just the map is upside down in the way it was drawn, but now it is the correct way. We have no words to describe how crowded this ship is. And with how heavy it is, it's amazing that it can still float. So we're lined up, checking out the Golden Gate, if you will. A loud cheer goes up from the crowd. So it talks about the ship needs to hurry up. We need to get ourselves some California gold. We have 93 out of a possible 100. It says don't give up. And we arrive in Sacramento. Alright, but now, what if we had taken the Cape Horn route? So, like I said in the beginning, this is kind of spliced so all 3 versions of the route are in one video rather than me doing 3 commentary, because once you reach pretty much Sacramento / Sutter's Fort, it's pretty much the same game from then on. So instead of just doing 3 different ones where the commentary, I'd have to basically come up with something where splice a commentary in from the previous one, I just thought I'm just going to put all 3 of them into this same one. So now, this is if we take the Cape Horn route. So what I've done is I've moved the save game so that I have just a clear path of save games. So now I've purchased the Cape Horn ticket. Still need to do all the same things. So for example, get the letter and go to the graves and all that stuff, because all I've done now is sell the house, get the coin, and gone to the bank. So a lot of this I'm not going to commentary while we're still in this town, because really pretty much it's all the same except for what you need to purchase. So I'll talk about that when I get there. But first, let's go pick up the letter from the post office, because I know I still have to do that. Don't forget to like and subscribe. It's even a golden logo for the Sierra logo and thumbs up. If that isn't telling you something about Gold Rush and Sierra and giving me a like and subscribe. If you've played Gold Rush, just going to ask, and you can comment down in the comments below, which route was your favorite and which was your least favorite. So let me know in the comments below which one you actually enjoyed, which one you enjoyed the least. And feel free to tell me why, not just, which one was your best, but feel free to tell me why. And I'd love basically replying to all the comments that come to my channel. It's, it's obviously not got like 3 million subscribers yet. So it's very easy to, basically stay engaged with everyone who does comment on my videos, because there isn't a lot of comments happening. So if you want to help change that, feel free to tell me which route you liked, which one you didn't like, the reason why, or just what you think of the game in general, or what you think of my commentary in general. That works too. I've tried to do little things to, attract more people. So for example, in several games, I made a custom little intro, like for Torrance Passage. And I also made one for Quest for Glory. I did not make one for Gold Rush because of the AGI graphics. Couldn't figure out how to make a good, solid, funny intro for it. So instead, I just have the like and subscribe button constantly floating over on the left side where it says Let's Play Sierra Games, that logo right in the Sierra logo. Every once in a while, that like and subscribe floats up just as a gentle reminder. All right, so for the Cape Horn route, what we're going to do is something that, a lot of pirates get is when they lack the vitamin C, they get a certain disease. So what you're going to want to do is head into the grocery store, and you're going to want to buy some fruit to ensure that you don't get a specific disease while you're out there floating in the sea. Now, once again, similar to, sorry, that popped. Similar to when you travel Panama and you get the net, you actually never have to type use net or anything like that. It just assumes you're using it. Same idea happens with the fruit, I assume, because at no point does it tell you, hey, you know what, you're hungry, what are you going to do? And you type eat fruit, it just happens. So and if you know the disease that I'm talking about that pirates get, feel free to post that in the comments below to test your knowledge. And it's typically from a lack of vitamin C, if I remember correctly. get it. Vitamin C, like pirates. Never mind. There's the announcement that the rush is on. But like I said, we're already good. Because in the Cape Horn and the land travel, I already knew sell the house, go to the bank. First two things to do. So when I did these two playthroughs, they were much quicker. I was just thinking how cool it would have been, and I'm sure it's probably some kind of limitation, but if prior to the Gold Rush being announced, if there were roughly like you and 4 to 5 other characters kind of meandering around on the streets, and then when the rush is on, you only see like 1 or 2 people besides yourself to indicate like, hey, a bunch of people have left. That would have been actually kind of cool to see, but you know, the game's still amazing. Like I said, they did such a good job with the graphics. Like that ship in the background, it's probably better than anything I can draw. So it's definitely not complaining. So all aboard, and now we're going to head for Cape Horn. And we do not have 60 points, so clearly we're missing something. One of them will be the stuff in the office that I did not read. See, there was something you could have... Oh, and the flowers. I didn't put the flowers down for the parents in this one. But again, not something that's going to break the game. Now, I typically found the Cape Horn travel, I think maybe because it cuts to the ship more frequently, like you being on board the ship. I found that I died more frequently due to disease. I think it happens once in this playthrough. When I take the Cape Horn route, I do actually die once from a random disease that takes me out. So be sure to save early, save often. I know I've said that a lot, but definitely want to save early, save often, especially once you begin your travel. Like as soon as that ship leaves or as soon as that stagecoach goes, start saving every couple of times. I mean, even on the travel routes, you can save just in case when it goes to that next screen, it strikes you with like a disease that kills you. is like just another one of those scenes that I think just shows how well I think the graphics were done, considering the game engine back then. How it shows the road up, kind of tell that's near the cemetery, and it's kind of overlooking the town. They did so much right with this game. And so now we're on the Cape Horn route. I'm going to go ahead and save. Talk about how I remember very little of this way. I just remember the pig running. And it's funny because even when I played it again this time, and it could be because I tried to catch the pig. I wanted to see if it would give a Black Cauldron kind of reference, which thankfully it doesn't, because that pig later ends up being a meal. Now, I will say getting down the flight of stairs was a little bit tricky and difficult. So I could not figure at first how to get down those stairs. It's not very clear, but it's not that hard. But yeah, just keep trying. So now this is what I want to talk about. So if you say talk man, he always has a story to tell. And sure enough, he'll engage in a story about how he was the quickest route from London to Hong Kong. And when you say, look, this is the captain's cabin. And see, when you say look cabin, only after a storm will there be anything on the floor. So even look cabin alludes to a clue that something is about to end up on the floor after the storm. Now, I don't know, I mean, probably obviously because you would not look at the floor to know. But I don't know why they gave that clue. All right, so here you go. You talk to Eric. Hey, Jared. We're one day closer to that California gold. This is going to be easier than I thought it was going to be. Well, unfortunately for Eric, it does not be. It's not that easy for Eric. Make sure to come by again, says Eric. So we got a BFF here on the boat. But again, going back to the captain's cabin about when you say look cabin, it says there'll only be something there after the storm. Now, I'm sure they're giving that clue because there's no indication, there's no glint or anything that shows that something is on the floor. So it's a very, very easy way to dead end. Like, I feel like they should have said something like, the captain has like blank on his desk, which later on you'll go and find on the floor, because you might think, oh, you know what, maybe I can get that from the captain's cabin. And when you go there, it says it's not on the desk, then you know to look on the floor, rather than just giving you a blatant clue that you're going to want to look on the floor after the storm. So here's the guy that I told you before. When you take the Panama route, he's in the jungle, and then on the Cape Horn route, he's actually here on the boat. You talk to him and he gives you the Bible. The Bible will give you a clue after you read the Bible. It might even be random. I think it took 4 or 5 times for it to appear for me for the right page. But you'll notice that there's a set of words that are in bold, and it's not just the title of the chapter. And so you can go around here, talk to the men, and see how all the plans they have when they reach that California gold. Well, for one person on this boat at least, they don't make it. And like I said, I already alluded, it's going to be Eric. Cowboy looking dude just hanging out on the boat. And once again, I talked about how with the captain, how it gives the clue about looking on the floor. There was the gold coin that you have to look on the floor. If you do the Panama route, there's a certain way you have to go in the jungle to see something on the floor. Even in the engine room, there's going to be something that you're going to want to look at the floor. So I feel like look floor should be like hard coded in this game, that this is something you should always do when you're in this freaking game. It's probably the only complaint I have, is that you do have to look at the floor quite a bit. Should have maybe been switched from Gold Rush to Floor Quest or something, because there is a lot of looking at the floor, or else you are going to die or dead end, one of the two. And one thing you'll want to note, there is that shovel against the wall. See how it's got the gray shovel bit? After the storm, that also changes, so you'll want to keep an eye on that shovel, because it changes. I will say that the Cape Horn route has one of my favorite deaths that I do on purpose. Like, I save right before I do it because I know it's gonna kill me. But you'll see it once we get to roughly around South America, where it starts getting really stormy. I do love the joke about the SSA, the Seasick Anonymous. They meet at the rail of the ship. So now we're back on board. Things still look the same. So if you talk to most of the people, they'll usually have the same responses because nothing has really changed yet. And then you talk about how your friend Eric has not been looking healthy lately. And he says it's true. I've been feeling unwell. So something is happening with Eric. And if you already heard me talk about earlier, how someone on the ship doesn't make it, this is a sad and depressing route. One thing I do wish they had more scenes on the Cape Horn route, that they had more scenes like this, where you're interacting with the crew more. Like I wish that a few times where they give you information that the ship's setting sail. It seems to be quiet seas, whatever. That it would cut back. You could talk to people, especially Eric, and get to know more and more and more about Eric. Then hit Control N and talks about how the captain's really proud because now he can use steam, and then the ship keeps going. So I wish there was more opportunities to, if you're going the Cape Horn route, to talk to Eric, so that when, spoiler alert, I've already said it a number of times, when they announce that one of the people doesn't make it, and when you walk around the ship and the only person missing is Eric, it makes it a little more heartfelt that your friend, this person that you begin to establish and get to know on the ship, is the one who eventually is the one who passes away, versus everyone else, just generally providing a generic feedback. Eric's dialogue continues to grow as you speak with him, which it does, but I wish it was for more than like 3 times, because I think it's only 3 times in total in which you talk to Eric before you start sailing into California and learn that he has passed away. So here we are coming into Rio. Similar to the Panama route, we'll see like a small boat come out to take passengers off. It's the same idea. Basically, you're getting off the ship after being on there for nearly 6 weeks, just to basically stretch your legs, buy food, and just walk and be on land for a little bit before you head back onto the ship and continue sailing. talks about how you manage to secure more fresh fruit, which you attribute to your good health. Again, I don't know if the fruit is required or if it just helps ensure that you don't get the disease that pirates are known for and can prove fatal. Leave it in the comments if you know what disease I am talking about that pirates used to get. Arr, matey. If you've been enjoying your cruise here aboard the ship headed to Cape Horn or going the route around Cape Horn, please click a like and subscribe. Let our captain know how much you've enjoyed the ship. Thank you. Alright, and here we go. I am about to, not me, but the character here, Jared, is about to die because, as you can see, his back is slouched. He's got the inflated stomach. We're also hitting a bad storm. Gonna go over here and talk to Eric. I feel very weak, Jared, but I'm gonna make it to California. Trying to sound convincing as possible, you say, that's right, we're both gonna make it. That's not the case. And down goes Jared. So Jared actually died before Eric in this case. But the gods have blessed us with a restore, just right back at Rio. So we're gonna speed through this, because this does take a while, so I hit the fastest speed just to get through it and to get back where we were. And then we'll put the speed back to normal, and you can see Jared this time is not gonna die. So we'll go ahead and save here since Jared is healthy. And this is a perfect example of what I talk about, that death will come for you very randomly. And so here we are, icebergs smashing into the ship. And this is something that Sierra has done in several times. Like they did it in Space Quest a few times where something explodes and then it shakes the whole screen. I think that is such a cool effect, especially if you're considering like how old this game is and the technology they had to make that screen do that shaking effect. It's really, really well done. I mean, that kind of stuff is really, really cool, and just Seems, not it's not like a huge deal, like, oh, the screen shook, but it adds so much. It is like showing the ship basically like impacting and icebergs scraping against the ship and stuff like that. It's so good. Again, this game can be kind of difficult because there is random unavoidable deaths that will just hit you, but the overall game, the rest of it is so good. And if you save early and frequently, when you do die of a disease, it's not going to be a huge loss. If you're smart and save quite a bit, you'll be able to restore right back just a few minutes and just continue on and hopefully not get sick. All right, so now we're in the midst of a terrible storm and the ship is taking a beating. Everything that isn't essential is being thrown out, similar to when we did the Panama route. It was the thieves who the natives who stole from us, and they took everything except for the gold, the letter, and the picture and stuff like that. Same thing happens. Oh, and the Bible. So all of that stays with you. And then keep in mind there was that clue for whatever reason when you looked at the cabin that says, you'll only find stuff in the captain's cabin after a storm. So let's go take a look now and see if there's anything there, because technically that's not after the storm yet. It is actually during the storm. What's interesting is no one's on the top deck, right? For obvious reasons. You saw everyone else pretty much in the front of the ship, basically in their bunkers, except for these guys who are working. Where's the pig? Because the pig has not been cooked yet, but he's also not running around on the top of the deck. And that pig bore a very, very close resemblance to Henwin from the Black Cauldron, which I played not too long ago. Oh, and there's Eric sitting on the stairs. So he talks about his condition is getting worse, and he's not sure if it gets any worse if he's going to make it. So the captain is up there at the steering also with his first mate. If you look on the floor, there's a paper clip lying on the floor. It must have been tossed there from the storm. Again, if that wasn't such a big clue about when you look cabin, it says you only find stuff on the floor after a storm. It's really weird. We're going to save that odd clue earlier, because that was certainly an odd clue. So the shovel still looks like a shovel, so it looks like they're probably going to still try to use it. So don't take the shovel for now. The workers might need it. It is still a functioning shovel. So we're just going to move on. That ship is getting rocked hard too. The amount of shaking it's doing. I do like the engineers, like, yeah, I have complete faith in my engine. I'm just not sure about the captain. He talked to the captain. This time he doesn't really want to talk. He's got his hands full. So we're going to save. And obviously, since no one's outside, this is one of my favorite deaths. Shows him like walking against the wind, and then you just see him blowing in the background. And then he blows off. And there's no man overboard, no nothing. Clearly the captain and his first mate saw me go whizzing by the window. Granted, it's probably a pretty dangerous storm. Whoever goes overboard at that point is just considered gone. But yeah, so I knew that was coming. I love that death. So anyway, I restored back, and then I just hit Control N for the next segment to begin. So while you're in this little town, you read a newspaper and confirm that gold has been found in California. And the Cape Horn route certainly is the longest trek to get there, but it's also kind of cheap. Probably because it is the longest and perhaps the most dangerous. Although I don't know, by land would seem very dangerous as well because of Indians back then. Not all Indians were friendly. But the game does a good job of describing when you do encounter a set of Indians. It talks about how everyone is surprised how friendly they are. But you do reach an area that says, hey, this area is notoriously known for Indians that are not kind, and that they will kill oxen and stuff like that. So I still think the Cape Horn passage, because of the length of it and the storms that you would encounter in real life, were probably the most dangerous. Although, again, the land route, they do talk about how certain people, when they reached a certain point, were so desperate to continue that they would basically kill and murder to take people's oxen, or they would just steal them or steal food or, rob people. So I guess land is also very dangerous. Naturally, Panama had disease and all that stuff, but it seemed to be the quickest route. So food is running low. Everyone is suffering. In the past, crew finished the food. Some is washed overboard, scattered on the floor, all thanks to the storm, just basically tearing stuff up. Now, if you look at the shovel down below, it looks like the shovel may have broke during some of the storm stuff. So now it definitely looks like it could be taken without any worrisome. And you notice Eric is not at the back. He's not on the stairs. So I believe by this time, Eric has already perished. And we can see that also, unfortunately, the ham also perished, because right in the screen right above, you can see it's cooking on that tray. So we're going to go ahead and walk by and take a slice of that ham. So, apologize to anyone who has played the Black Cauldron and enjoyed Henwin. Promise you, despite the very, very similar appearance between the two, almost exactly the same, probably wasn't Henwin. He's fine, I'm sure, because, Black Cauldron, different game. So Eric is definitely missing. So he would be the one that did not make it. I like that every time you talk to him, when you're not in a storm, he actually blows the whistle at the top. But it's another thing where you're going to want to probably look at the floor. Not just look because it tells you what floor you're on, but look floor. Because who knows what it might have happened during the storm. Things get shook and fall. So again, everything that was in the bunk room was thrown around. There's a long piece of string on the floor. So again, another item found on the floor. So you get the string and put it in your pocket. So now essentially just every room you go to, look at the floor because there might be something on the floor. See, metal scraps. So we picked up the metal scraps and put them in our pocket, which does not seem safe, but it's no different than with Leech Suit Larry 2. Larry put a giant-sized drink in his pocket and then said, ouch. So now I'm just, every time I walk through, I'm just going to look at the floor because it seems like something is on the floor everywhere I go. Whether it's the captain's room, someone's gazebo, the bunk, always something on the floor. I tried to ask about Eric. Where is Eric? What's going on? And you know, I don't know, actually, now that I think about it, if someone passed away on the ship, like while they were doing the gold rush, did they have a funeral and then throw them overboard? Or were they stored somewhere on the ship? Because that seems like storing a dead body for weeks on end would be potentially hazardous. So I actually do not know if you passed away on a voyage back then for the gold rush on a ship, if they just toss you overboard after, whatever funeral arrangements they did. That's kind of grim to know that people may have been thrown overboard and never had a proper burial. So if you know what happened if someone died back then on a ship headed for California during the gold rush, if you died aboard a ship, what did they do with your body? Did they store it somewhere on the ship? Did they do funeral rites and then throw you overboard? Let me know in the comments. And so with the stick you found down in the coal room, the string you found in the bunk, and then the metal scraps you found in the engine room, you basically create a fishing line and start fishing. Now, when I caught this fish, I thought I had to type something because the option to type is there. So I'm like, reel in fish, doesn't know what reel is. I'm like, bring fish up, bring fish, get fish. And then he automatically starts doing it. So I'm thankful for that. So I'm assuming you don't just catch one fish. It's probably indicated that you spent quite a bit of time fishing and basically supplied fish to people aboard the ship, potentially saving everyone's life by doing so, because food was low. And I guess that's another thing, since Eric clearly does not make it it would have been kind of cool if after, again, if there's more conversations with Eric to really build that rapport with the character after he passes, because clearly he doesn't make it. If the captain would have said something, even to explain like what happened, because that would have been kind of cool, because I actually do not know what happens if you perish during the gold rush on a ship. So it'd been kind of cool for the captain to acknowledge that, someone did not make it. So now we approach the Golden Gate. Your journey is almost over. However, different than the Panama one, this one talks about if you do the Cape Horn route that the dense fog makes it hard to see. So it talks about there's a bunch of ships here, but they all look deserted because everyone's out there prospecting for gold. So now we're making our way up to the Sacramento River, and then you'll see those two little dots at the river split right up there, and that will be Sacramento. And we have 86 out of 95 points. So our ship arrives in Sacramento. And so you see the cut, and it's a different ship because this is actually my Panama playthrough that I've spliced in, because from Sacramento forward, essentially the game is the same. For if you do, whether you do Panama or Cape Horn, you get off the ship in Sacramento, and then you just have to find the stagecoach. If it hasn't left yet, get on the stagecoach. The stagecoach will take you to Sutter's Fort. So we are the little black pants, white shirt that just walked in the building, kind of walking over to the yellow building to the right, trying to find where I need to go to ride a stagecoach. Now crossing the very busy street over to the left near the red building. Can't seem to get in the red building. And go in that building, but nothing. Next building over, nothing. Things are looking grim. I don't know where to find the stupid stagecoach. You could probably just type look, but it wasn't that smart. So we're going to go all the way back to this building and then go in that first door. And then you jump aboard the stage and head for Sutter's Fort. So there's the stagecoach. Heading off to the right. And from there, we take the trek. And again, this is the same whether you do Cape Horn or Panama. It's just a different ship that arrives. But you would take the stagecoach, go to Sutter's Fort, and arrive at Sutter's Fort. Now, imagine, here we are at Sutter's Fort. We're going to go ahead and, after the stagecoach drops us off, again, same for Cape Horn, Panama, drops us off here. Now imagine, after we save, now imagine if we'd gone the land route. So now we're just going to cut straight to the stagecoach area because we've already got the other stuff. We're going to talk to him, say, hey, how can I help you, Jared? Well, I need to go west, so we're going to buy a ticket. I knew the instant you walked through that door, Jared. Yep, you decided to head west. And he says, the furthest west I can get you is Independence, Missouri. There will be a join wagon team heading west. There you will join a wagon team headed west. The cost of the ticket is $200. So I bet you even when the gold rush is on, so even if they tripled that to whatever, $600, you would still have enough because your house you get $850 and then the bank gives you 200, so you have 1,050. So I bet if all else fails when that gold rush starts, the stagecoach is the route to take. But if you've already bought, well, I think if you already buy the Panama or Cape Horn ticket, the ship waits for you, so you should be fine. So I guess if you take too long just exploring around, the coach may be the only route to take if they announce the gold rush by the time everything's done. Because if it's 200, and like I said, even if they triple that price, you should still be able to afford it. So he says, take this ticket, bring it over to the guy at the thing next to the coach house, and he'll get us sorted. So I've already moved all the save games. So now we bought the stagecoach ticket. Now, unlike the Panama and the Cape Horn route, you don't need to buy anything extra. So you don't need to buy a net or fruit or any other type of thing that you might need extra. So you can already see that the coach is out and ready. But first, I think we still have to do a few things before we leave. All right, so if you want Jared to survive this, go ahead and click that like and subscribe. That'll help Jared and me survive. All right, so we're about to get in the wagon, so should have everything pretty much I need. I think the only thing I missed this time was reading the stuff in my office, but honestly, it doesn't add too much to the story other than to know that your brother left because he was accused of a crime that he did not commit, did not feel he was going to get a fair trial. So now we wait for the ferry to show up. The ferry will take us to the other side, and then our journey begins. If I remember correctly, a disease does strike me on this journey as well and takes me out. And then I believe there was also a memory issue, which is supposedly, according to Collector from the Sierra Help forums, this was due to bad crack. But this is the Sunlight Games version, so I wonder if Sunlight Games used that version or something, because I did hit one memory error where it says it needed more whatever, and then it just stopped. So we have 55 out of 60. There's some interesting reading in your office. Again, that's just about Jake. Which I could have done. I think once you buy your tickets, I think all of the routes wait for you. So again, if I were to write a walkthrough for this game, I would say sell your house, wait for the realtor, go get the coin, because that's the next screen over. Go over to the bank, get your money out, and then go to wherever you're going to purchase your ticket. And then once you purchase your ticket, do everything else in town. Like go get your letter, read the letter, look at the stamp, look at the postage, get the flowers, buy the coin, go drop them off at the graveyard, read both graves, go up to your office and read what it says about your brother, go back down, tell your boss you quit. I think that'll get you the full 60. So it's not that hard once you purchase the tickets. Do not, if you're this far in, I assume you've watched already the beginning, where I was just meandering around, taking my time around the town when the announcement kicked in and suddenly everything cost way more for the tickets. Thankfully, by that time, I'd already sold my house, but I was going to take the Panama route or the Cape Horn route, but neither one of them are pretty much available at that point. I think the only one available would have been the stagecoach route. So things seem pretty easy in the beginning going the land route because it's all water. The land route, so the Cape Horn route has a lot that you have to do or that you're doing, but it all happens on one screen pretty much, where you have to get the paper clip, the string, the metal scraps, and you make that fishing line and get the ham also for the lure. But the land one has like a couple things you have to do before, and then so does the Panama one. So I think the Panama and the land route have the most engagement for the player versus the Cape Horn route. Most of your engagement happens all at one time. Pretty much after the storm, you have to do a bunch of stuff. Prior to the storm, you really don't have to do anything. It's pretty much just talking to people and then, getting to know Eric, who does not make it. So I would say, now having played all three, I think the land route is probably actually my favorite, because like that screen right there, like you see all these tents and stuff like that. You got the guys cooking a pig. Poor pigs, no matter what route you take, it doesn't go well for the pig. But like even when you move to I'll go over the screen to the left, or west, whatever you want to call it, you see a bunch of tents all laid out and stuff like that. I just think they did a really good job with it. Although the guy in the upper left hand laying under the wagon, I get that it's an older game, but he looks very, very flat. Looks like something ran him over. And I know normally I talk about how pick up anything that isn't nailed down. And again, that's what I was trying to do. Like the hatchet seemed like a thing to take. The pig roaster's roasting his pig. So he talks about the company fund is running low. We need to give over everything. So this is similar to the Panama route, in which we get robbed of everything. Similar to the Cape Horn route, where the storm forces us to drop off everything. We're going to end up getting rid of everything. Not here. Here we're just going to give him his money here in a moment. But we'll get to a part where the wagons are feeling heavy going up a mountainside, and we toss everything except for, again, the picture, the coin, the map / letter and stuff like that, and the Bible. But you're like, you haven't got the Bible yet. Well, look who's over there reading a book. It's a guy reading. And again, see, this is what I mean. So you see all these tents kind of laid out. And then there's yet another screen where he talks about, hey, I need you to go check to see if the grass is growing or if the mud is drying. And you'll see even like more tents laid out. So I thought this did a really good job. And like the guy just north of the fire, like laying in the tent with his head out. I don't know why you'd have your head outside of a tent. I figure that should be feet. But, hey, maybe he wanted to tan or whatever. So, if you are someone who enjoys the Bible, just like the floating icon on the left, go ahead and give a like and subscribe. And now that confused me for a second because I went to the left to basically talk to the guy with the Bible, and then I went to the left again, and suddenly the captain's there. I kind of wish, because that kind of took me out for a second, I kind of wish they had done something to block that area off so you couldn't go to the left, if that's what they were going to do. Just make the camp so you can go left or right, and then north and south also, because you'll have to do that. But it would have been kind of cool, like a wagon blocking that, because it's just really weird that you go left to go talk to the guy at the Bible, you go left again, and you're right back at the captain again. Let's see, here it seems like south is not an option. But if you go talk to, if you give the money to the captain, and he'll give you some instructions to do some things. So we give him the money, and he says, "Thank you very much, Jared. You're a bright-looking young man, Jared, and I have an assignment for you. When the plains are turning green from the growing grass, and the mud is beginning to dry, we need to make a haste for the riches in California. But in order to do that, we're going to need a fine team." I hit enter too quick. Anyway, we need to find some ox, make sure that they're the right kind, head south into Independence, and find the teams and report back. So now the option of going south is open. And the walk to Independence is really, really quick. It's just one screen. And to me, those don't look like ox. Those look like horses or mules. But, okay. And then when we need ox, he asks you, do you want young or mature? And you're going to want mature because you want a ox that is sturdy and strong. The younger ones will actually tire out and require more food and stuff like that because they are not well traveled. So you buy the mature one, which the captain said that they would reimburse you for, and he says, "Hey, I'll have them over to you before nightfall." So now we can go back up over to the captain and tell him, "Hey, we got some mature oxen," and he's going to say, "Well, hopefully you bought the right kind." And then he has another assignment. We need to know when we should head west. It's up to you to determine when. If we leave too early, the plains will be muddy and we'll get stuck, and axles will sink and break, and the animals will not have enough to eat. But if we wait until the plains are fully green, it'll already be too late. Then we'll face the gut-wrenching thought of encountering an early winter storm in the Sierra Nevada mountains, which no one wants. There's a great view of the plains from the north edge of the camp. So essentially what you're going to have to do is going to have to go look at the grass. When it's time to decide to leave, tell me and we'll head west. So we're going to go ahead and save now because we've got the oxen, and now we have to go scout the grassy area. Now it's not immediately clear how to access this northern area. Because it seems like everything is blocked off by tents and whatnot. But if you head over to where the guy had the Bible, there is a small gap that you can go through. And then there's the field. So then what you're going to do is you're going to type look grass, and you're going to have to repeatedly do it I don't even know how many times. I don't know if there's a timer or if it requires looking at it so many times. I don't know what the deal is, but you'll eventually see that the mud is starting to dry. And the easiest thing to do is press function F3, and that'll repeat your last command. So instead of typing look grass repeatedly, you can just hit F3 or function F3 and then keep doing it. So uncertain that if it takes timing or loading and reloading, try to leave, see if that'll help, but it just stays the same. If you want the mud to dry, click that like and subscribe button. And now it's getting dry, so now we have to go back to it and tell it now it's going to leave. And so you still have it. Or see how weird. You know, use this for paper, you have to use stuff. Flash trust. Trust me by the oxygen, trust me as hell. And quickly realize that the wires are too heavy, and now we get to the process of lighting the lights as the everything, except for again, the stuff everywhere. Again, this is going back to the first thing they counted. Which is why it is. So I like that they showed that not every is quote unquote savage, if you will. These stereotypes you often see in TV movie. So that crossover we just saw, I think it was around that premiere, and had restored, so I think, restored back to the US, and that next time the wagon split, and lose wagons again ends. So there is right death all over the place. So not only is it easy for you access, also put it into, and it's something I can't accident, no way to avoid it. There's that one thing I thankfully I remembered how to do, because I think my first big goal was with my friend Sean, we could not figure out how to get downhill. We tried controlling and crashing it, everything went wrong. It was one of the most painful things in this game, so we could not figure out what to do. And I think I remember both of us called the CRPS back then, both sorts dialed in, I think I got a proof in there, and then I think after talking about the glue book, found my old somewhere, probably across the things, easy push, glue book thing. I don't know the right thing I had to scan down with glue was. Yeah, that thing going downhill was that route is very timing. So you thought I made a mistake. I've not been saving the game. Once we sort the road, unlike the other Cape Horn Panama, I saved quite a bit. I'm trying to save. I think it's the next leg of the landing. Nope, here's. No, number 1, 2255, have 1965. And 196. However, this time game will actually refine my however, I will die if I'm correctly when I cross the first time. I think that's where the wagon returns. So even though I die, I don't need to part this first time before again. So I'm sitting here just as if there's something crossing the river. Whoops. The current ends your dreams of fortune, so you can see that it's unable, I like it. Click on it, so I'm ready to do this again. Right west. So you can't make it to finish that short. Okay, there's this again, you've seen this. So crossing cancer, and this time you'll die. And this time it's not everything that there's nothing you can do. So, once again, let's go one side west. This time we're stopping. We don't capsize across the river, we also don't die of random disease. From here on out, we should actually make it to some sports. Okay, there's all this stuff again. Alright, crossing cancer, don't capsize, we're all good. So, crossing how you can trail, remember, we're not actually courage. So now we push pass, or A, pass cancer, we pass remember crash, and then we pass right die, so walking. So now we actually make it to the next step. From here on out, should, if I remember correctly, she upsets us because the wagon was last time, which was just, you can really for. And as you can see, I've run out of sin and I'm saving quite a bit. So I'm saving, keep going more. If you do not know where that's the next time, I'm not going to door. So now we're passing like little towns and monuments along the way. And you want to make sure we get to the fifth drive. So I reach down and how people hope to get things, because they're also pushing like supplies just not everywhere. So buying food and repairs, supplies, just nothing. So it's all these things that were invented by other character wagons have you. So it's crowbars and all these things that were basically from the side. One of the things I think is interesting how you sort of accurate is that people discard these things, usually ruin them in some way, so that they know other crowds can not be able to benefit from them, which is a crazy thing to think that your wagons would be crossing off, and something that could benefit someone else, you ensure that they would not be able to use it. So that's why everything started from the wagons, and you keep the coin, letter, Bible, stuff like that is started to the game, but everything else improvises on. That's not right. That could have been some more land interaction where you stop it, there's a water hole, and then basically goes around, see skeletons and stuff like that. And that's the water source that they continue. Like, you want to that's cool. Or if you don't turn the water source this time, like you just like down, start talking, drink, then you'll die, and you'll progress. So that'd be a cool little moment to get Jared. So now you guys are halfway there, so play some Bon Jovi out here. Right, we're halfway there. We'll click subscribe because you two are halfway through this video. So let's go down here, uncontrolled, because you're not using the whole wagon downhill, and it will destroy you.
So what you're going to do, as crazy as it sounds, is you're going to unhitch the animals and let them go drink from the water below. Now I don't know historically if you unhitch some oxen to go drink water below, if they would simply come back up the hill. That's what they do. And you think that's it, so if they get water, the needlessly will be alright. But it's a really, really steep hill, and so what you also want to do is lock the wheels. So you can see wagons all over the place on that hill, and back in the same first out in the shop place, we had our wagons to that graveyard wagons many times. So you see that oxen drink, they make their way back up, and it's probably accurate. I imagine someone would actually lead the oxen down and lead them back up after you finish them. So you clear that, you suspect that it will roll down too quickly, so we're going to lock the wheels. You see the wheels are not turning as the oxen slash mule slash horse pulls it down. So just keep it wrong, so trying to time, save the game, and move down the hill. Again, that's another fact happened. I guess Jared like interesting all the time. I mean, Captain did ask about and then did ask us out. But like that choice where there was a path you go, there's a shorter or longer for all. To keep the option at the end of the day, you decide what you think is that route. And if you choose to go longer, or if you go shorter, and if you make have something happen, if you go for all, you can resupply. If you go short route, maybe you need to go in order to make sure you have enough supplies. Yeah, you know all these discussions about you just like with increase the game. The game's already as is, so it doesn't need more anything. Let's there is I type a request and start first ever queue applies it. A request is only has every request. That's why I started every queue, but request and request. If you have a request, don't worry. Alright, you're about 5 minutes away from reaching Sutter Fort. If you enjoyed the land travel so far, go ahead and click like, subscribe. Trying to reach 1,000 subscribers still, so every little person who subscribes really does help. And clicking like helps with the algorithm. I did notice, and I'm not sure why, because a lot of feedback on it. I did notice that one of my might be one of both my two or three watches got a input. Now because again, I'm using a walkthrough, if you're looking for how to do a kind of thing, where like every that's not my channel is. It's me playing games. Sometimes a few years ago, it's on like Xbox 4. I didn't make videos actually replay Xbox 4 a lot. That's fairly new again. So my channel is about here's how to do everything. Is me playing game, trying to figure out some things that stuff. Trying to get the little game where I got a timer price behind up. So if you want to definitely help fight those negative thumbs down, see the thumbs up in the video where I'm going to use circle thumbs up all videos, I'm great. So really do that, you don't have to. But yeah. I do spend a lot of time, but it's also really doing. So when I play games and comment or when I do content stuff like that, I'm doing it. Yeah, I hope to one day get 1,000 subscribers or more. But I'm doing this because I've always loved your games and doing back in the day to work for even when I started with my father and over time. Sorry, about this real quick. You see the wagons ahead of us, and we are dying of hunger and thirst, so we chose to find some very questionable meat, and there is a barrel on the side, and get off there. Now, if you don't do this fast enough, and you walk to the left or west, if you will, you want to catch up to your wagon. So if you're actually playing at fastest speed and you do this at normal speed, the wagon can get too far from you, and I believe you can basically die because you won't get to the wagon. Because you'll see that when you go left, it'll say you're on wagon. I think there are times where it says the wagon's got too far from you. So thankfully we survived that, and now we're just a few shy minutes away from reaching Sutter Fort. And if you want to reach Sutter Fort, click that left subscribe. You'll start to say to try to people who may be stranded elsewhere because there is essentially a party during this. Trying to a party, we're going to look at that. Yeah, 9.95 and reach Sutter Fort. Now from here, there's no more playing in your house. You're just going to see it goes from this is Panama through Sutter Fort. So let's really talk about what happens at Sutter Fort going forward from here.
Alright, so now we have arrived at Sutter's Fort. I'm gonna go in here, take a look. What do we got here? We got some mules and horses or oxen. They all look very, very the same. But he says he's a mule man, so now these are mules. They are not horses and they're not oxen. And one thing to note, and I totally forgot about it, is you'll see me get hung for it. So this part gets pretty tricky. Like, if you consider how much bleeping trouble your brother went through to hide and provide clues as to where he is, it's a lot. So essentially you'll see, we'll talk to the guard and he says, hey, you know what? You know, Sutter's Fort's pretty much deserted. People are out looking for gold, all that stuff. But when you're here, obviously you're going to need to get a gold pan to pan for some gold. You'll end up with a very special iron when you talk to someone and answer his questions. And then with that iron, first you go get a cheap mule. You heat the iron. You brand the cheap mule, who hopefully doesn't walk off when you go in to heat the thing like he did the first time. When we get there, you'll see what I mean. And then you take that mule into that mule yard that I was just in, let him go in there, get the good mule that has the same marking, so you have to find the mule that has the same blank and mark on him, as they're all kind of like shuffling around. Take the good mule out, and then he looks, you know, compares to what you brought in to the brand that you're taking out, and though it is the same brand, it is a different mule. So there's a lot of stuff to go through when you get to Sutter's Fort. So one thing I did learn that I think I did not know until this playthrough is if you just hit L and enter, that is a shortcut for look. I believe I did it on accident when I first got into Sutter's Fort, and I was like, oh, you know, just hitting L and enter will work, or you can type look, doesn't matter. And so you can see clearly this is where you would heat up your iron. You can see smoke billowing out just barely at the top over there, and see him hammering away on the anvil. And then so you talk to him, and he says, "Wait a minute, are you from New York?" And you say, "Yeah." "And are you from Brooklyn?" "Yeah." "And your last name is..." I had to look it up because I totally blanked on what the last name was, but it's Wilson. But I had to look that up real quick. Thankfully, so I have, and you can see it in my thumbnail, but so on the Sierra help pages, or more specifically the forums, I scanned and posted all the things. We have a acquisition thread where you post all the things you have Sierra related, and so I posted all my, like, the covers and stuff like that, and the maps. I scanned all of that stuff, and like really high resolution versions of them. And so thankfully I had that stuff already handy. I just had to go into my directory on my hard drive, or my external drive actually, and open that stuff up. But what I was saying is you can see it in the thumbnail. So if you look at just the thumbnail for this, you see me in front of it, but you'll see the map in the background. You'll see the 5.25 disc that I have for the game, which, whatever, can't play. I wish they made USB 5.25, because I have several Sierra games that are on 5.25 drives, or 5.25 floppy disks. Most of them I've been able to buy in collections and stuff like that. But for example, like the Gold Rush game, I have the Sunlight version, Sunlight Games version. So it has that different logo at the beginning versus the Sierra logo rising up that you would normally see in the Sierra version. Totally forgot what. Oh, so I have all that stuff scanned. So like all my manuals and stuff like that are scanned. So I'm able to easily just go into my external drive and take a look. So anyway, totally got sidetracked. You answer his questions and he's like, "Oh, I'm supposed to give you this," and he gives you the iron. And I'd like to point out that the people at Sutter's Fort are very trusting, because all these doors are just unlocked. I just walk right into them. But they all tell you, you don't need anything in here every time you look. There's only actually, there's that guy there at the anvil, and then there's a trader, not traitor, that you engage with. And then obviously there's the mule dude that's inside Sutter's Fort as well. And I will say that when you're walking along the wall of Sutter's Fort, the way it angles is very weird. Because so there's the guy with the mule, whatnot. But when you walk this way, it'll open up to a area to go into a graveyard. But then when you come back, and if you walk in and were to go to basically your left from walking in, it doesn't follow the wall back around. You have to actually go a different way. It kind of follows like suddenly in the center of Sutter's Fort. So it's a little weird. So I wasn't sure at this point. I couldn't remember how to get the mule. So I was like, do we show him the iron to say, hey, there's a special mule here for me? But that's not the case. We'll actually have to eventually buy a mule. So a lot of times when I'm playing, you'll notice that I'm making commentary in the parts where you're supposed to give commands, where it says, "I don't know what you mean by that." I say, "Well, I mean, give me my damn mule, because I know it's here." I not only do I enjoy Sierra games, but obviously for the sake of when I do these playthroughs, a lot of times I get a little spicy and have fun with it. I do wish that in some of these areas, like this one says it's the most fermented place in the fort, this is the brewery. I do wish that they had signs on the door. Some of them do. So like where the trader, not traitor, is, he has like a little sign that says, "Hey, trader over here," or something like that. It'd be cool if they kind of actually marked some of these buildings so you know, oh, look, if you say look sign, oh, this is a brewery, whatever. But they don't. And so that delay on the brewery, you can see what I was doing is I was actually alt tabbing to move the save games out and then have basically a clear space to start saving. See, it doesn't follow the wall. So if you go the other way, you can actually follow a wall back around. This, when you go, I guess you could say south from that wall, you'd think it'd follow the rest of the wall down along Sutter's Fort on the other side. Oh, you know what? Maybe this is along the wall technically. I took it as you kind of walk straight down and then there's this huge building. Oh, but it could be you're just going left. Never mind. Never mind. You'd also think that the administration building would be near the front of the entrance, which I guess technically it is. But you'll see that is kind of like the center, because now if I walk left, there's a whole row of walls. So it is weird that when you do walk right from that one, it leads to the administrative area. But if you go past that, you can go behind it. So I assume the administrative area would technically be south of us now, when it seems like we walked in and we should have been following this wall that leads us to the exit, to either the front gate where we just were or to the back exit where the graveyard is. So I was right. It is oddly placed. See? And there's the graveyard. This is. Oh, wait. No, we were at a different door, though. Okay, never mind. I'm backwards now. So there was apparently a weird. That still doesn't make sense, though. Because we followed it all the way, supposedly going north, got to the mule, walked to the right, there was a door. It should have gone this way and gone to here, not have a veer down unless it's. I don't know. I'm going to stop talking about how Sutter's Fort is shaped because I don't know. And outside is a graveyard. Now, if you remember earlier, we got that letter from our brother Jake who said, hey, come and see, our father's grave, which we know that our father is actually still buried at the original town we were in, not out here. And the letter even says, you'll know what it means. And so I'm going to read the letter again. Now, I will say there is one grave, in hindsight of looking at this, that does have like the green around the bottom as if it was recently buried there. You'll see like a green rectangle, I guess you could say, near that one in the upper center. And if you want to help us find the father's grave, click that like and subscribe. Now, the funny thing is the like and subscribe that floats up on the left, I just randomly placed it. So I basically did it just as a little extra thing to do in the video. It's short, it's quick, whatever. But what I've been trying to do is every time that thing floats up, I try to look at what's happening on the screen and say, hey, if you click like and subscribe, it'll help with whatever the current situation is. So that's the whole reason I keep randomly saying the like and subscribe thing, in case you're wondering when that thing floats up. So I'm reading the Bible looking for a clue, but actually the thing that the Bible is going to give us a clue on will actually come in after this. It has nothing to do with the actual tomb. So right above where I'm at right now, you can see that green indication around that graveyard, the front of it. So it looks like it was something recently buried there. And I think that's pretty much your clue of, hey, look, this has something unique to it. Maybe come read this tombstone. Side note, that is the only grave. It's in this area. You can't go left or right because it'll take you outside of the screen. I walk right past the one that I need to read. I'm the worst. This is clearly how you know I'm not playing or I'm not using a walkthrough. Could I avoid the right tomb anymore? There's literally like 1, 2, 3 other tombs. So now there's a scripture there at the top. There's a wagon wheel. There's some numbers and stuff like that. The wagon wheel is important. So is that scripture in the Bible. And so now you have to move it to find the hidden message. Trying to line it directly on those letters. So there we are. We have ORO21M. So it's either or it's probably room 12 or room 21. So it tells us the cannon wheel's important, tells us that the scripture, and then the R211. So now we know it's probably a room number to something. And below it, it says reserved for you always. So definitely indication of some kind of room number. Again, the amount of effort Jared's brother has put into hiding where he's at and, making sure that only his brother can find him is pretty far out there. I like that I said look shelf, and I'm looking at the red shelf in front of me, and it's talking about that sign over there on the wall. So I'm not sure how look shelf and look sign or look wall are the same. But hey, made me spot that sign much easier. And I love that they went full full typing code for the making of the arrow. All right, here's the trader, not traitor, but the trader. So when you look at the shelf, there's good supplies here. There's gold pans, which we need, shovels, and lanterns. And so in order to get a gold pan, first you need to give them gold. So what we'll do is we'll give them the gold coin all the way from the gazebo. And he says, hey, there's a town just a little bit a ways where people are saying that's the place to get gold. try to get the shovel, and he wants the shovel. I was thinking about giving him the gold disc, but it does say it's priceless. So probably not going to give it to him. I wonder, because that gold coin never comes into play, so I wonder if I could have used it for the shovel. If you happen to know if that gold coin can be used to buy something, let me know in the comments. I do like to make this interactive as possible, not just me talking a lot, because dear Lord, I can talk a lot, especially if it comes to Sierra games. It's almost impossible to shut me up, clearly. So if you know that gold coin can be used, or if it's just something that we keep, something that we found, something that's just points, let me know in the comments. I could go dig up my my hint book thing in the garage, but venturing into the garage is a perilous quest. It is full of a bunch of stuff in there these days. We moved a table in there because we moved it out of our kitchen area because one of our dogs was getting elderly and couldn't really walk on the tile, so we took the table out and put in a bunch of rugs and stuff to make it easier for him. He is sadly no longer with us. He passed 2 years ago, I think, back in April. He was 16 years old, so he had a pretty good long life. But that table is now basically pushed up against the bins where I have my Sierra games. So in order to get to them, it is very, very difficult. But most of them, so I took, as I said earlier, when I scanned all of my Sierra games and stuff like that, I took that time also to basically where I could pull the data off of the floppy drives using my USB floppy. But again, the 5 1/4, there was nothing I could do because I don't have a 5 1/4 drive. I don't have a computer that has a 5 1/4 drive. And there is no USB 5 1/4 drive. If someone made those, it would be really incredible. So a bunch of the games and stuff like that, I no longer have to go into the garage to go get them. And a lot of them are now, available through GOG, goodoldgames.com, GOG.com. Some are on Steam and stuff like that. So I purchased most of the games that come on GOG that are Sierra related, even though I already have them. Like I've bought the collections on CD, so I got I bought the physical copies of the King's Quest collections and the Space Quest collections and the Lee Larry collections that all came out on CD and stuff like that. The Quest for Glory anthology, the Rebecca Williams anthology. So I had so many of these games already on CD, and then I just burned the ISO files, and then I just mount them and install them and play them that way if I need to. And other ones, I was able to get like this one through Sunlight Games, other ones through GOG and stuff like that. So I hardly ever venture into my garage anymore to do any missions to get CR games because I've scanned everything. I've extracted all of the information off of most of my discs. Now they just sit safely, hopefully, in bins. So they're all in bins to prevent any kind of bugs to get to them. So they're in airtight bins. So, and all this like extraction and stuff that I got from them was just a couple years ago. So they have been doing very well considering I've had all of these games pretty much since they came out. I've bought a few games on eBay. So there's a different Space Quest 1 cover. There's 2 of the original EGA. There's I think 2 or 3 versions of the cover, and I think I bought 2 of them on eBay. I already had one of them. So there are a few that I've purchased on eBay just for whatever reason. I wanted that cover or whatever. But overall, almost all the Sierra games I own, I would say like 98% of them, 99% of them, I got as they came out. So, and a lot of them, if you go to the Sierra Help forums, a lot of times when I was getting these games, and then I would scan the cover and get the data off the discs and stuff like that, I found like the original receipts that were still in the box that went from when I purchased it like back in the 80s. So like when most of you won't even know what it is, but there used to be a company called Egghead Software. That was like one of the main places that I used to go and buy these games. And there was another store called The Warehouse where you used to be able to buy CDs and games and stuff like that. So those are the two primary places that I used to buy Sierra games from. And in a bunch of my boxes, I still had my original receipts. And it's crazy to think that a lot of these games back then, they were like anywhere from $39 to $59. Games today still cost $59 to $69. So if you think about how much we were paying, like, early to late 80s for some of these Sierra games compared to how much we were making back then, we were literally paying probably the equivalent of anywhere from like $100 to $200 for a game, what it would cost in today's world, probably, if you look at the dollar value. So anyway, moving on. So you can see from Sutter's Fort, I've moved east 12 screens over, which is like 12 miles according to the game. Each screen is roughly 1 mile. And there's no point in mapping it because the screen is randomized. So like for here, you see like whatever, 4 trees. If you go left, right, and come back, there'll be a different screen here entirely. And you never want to pan if there's someone else panning, because what'll happen is you'll get hung for it. And every time you pan, you get 1 point. Now, I think, if I'm remembering correctly, you can pan up to 50 times, and then you get a point for each time you actually... Sorry, you can pan as long as you want. You can pan until the end of time if you wanted. But I think you can only pan 50 times where you actually get gold. So on the 50th time that you get gold, I don't think you get gold after that panning. I might be wrong. But each time you do pan and get gold, you get 1 point. So I think you can pan for an additional 50 points. I was not keeping track. I don't know how many times I panned. I was pretty much just walking back and forth between several screens until I would tab and see how much money I had. And I think I got up to $2,600 or $2,700 worth of gold. All right, so what I'll probably do is just kind of zip through this part because it is pretty much just a lot of panning for gold. Again, I was just watching my points increase every time I was panning for gold. I'd keep panning until it stopped getting results, and then I'd just move to another screen, usually going up or down. So we'll just zip through this panning for gold thing. If you want to help us get the panning done quicker, don't forget to click that like and subscribe. And can you imagine if I commented through all of this panning, talking about how I panned, got nothing, how I panned, got nothing, how I panned, got nothing, how I panned, ooh, got gold, how I panned, got nothing, how I panned, got nothing. Yeah, that's why we're fast forwarding through all of this. I only made that quick comment about liking and subscribing to help because the floating icon over to the left on the Let's Play Sierra game side. One thing I will say, and it did not happen to me in this playthrough, and I don't know if I'm imagining it, but I could swear there was a random chance of being robbed of your gold. Like I thought I remember like these guys could ride up on you or walk up on you and they, got like the masks on their face and stuff like that, and they take your gold from you. It didn't happen to me, and this is why I was staying kind of near the edge of the screen each time I would pan. So if I saw something, I would just try to walk off before I'd say anything. It never happened. So I don't know if I'm remembering from like when I played eons ago, like with my friend Sean, if that's when it happened, because I don't think it happened after when I played again. I don't remember being robbed. And I don't know if it's a random occurrence, just one of those things that the game had in here that it could happen to you. If you know for sure, or if you have been robbed, and I've just been lucky this last few times I've played, back in 2014, 2020, and then now, let me know in the comments if the robbing thing is actually a thing, or if I am just misremembering something, like either from a different game or some weird dream. Let me know in the comments if you can get robbed while you are panning for gold. All right, so I'm noticing I have 151 points so far, not getting a lot more gold. So pan a few more times in a different area, see if my points continue to go up. So got gold and it went up to 152. Okay. So I don't remember how many points I had before I started panning, if 50 points is the most you can get. I imagine there has to be a cap. I thought it was 50 points. I don't remember if I had over 100 points. Maybe I did because of the tombstone, the reading of the tombstone, and then getting the gold pan. So maybe I did have over 150. Can't imagine I had more than 104 points though. So maybe 154 is the highest. We'll see. Nope. So there's 155. There's 156. 157. Okay. So maybe I had 107 points. I was not paying attention before I started panning. And so that'd be 157, or maybe you can pan more than 50 times. I actually don't know. I thought it was 50. I could be wrong. So 159. All right. I don't remember how many points I had before I started panning. Did not think I had 109 points, so maybe I did. So if you know how much you can pan for gold and get points for it, let me know in the comments. Is it 50 points? I totally thought it was. I don't know why. I thought it was 50. I think, yeah, I don't know. So if you know, let me know in the comments if it is 50 points you can get from panning gold. Or if it's not, how many you can. Or if you are just that patient, can you keep panning gold for a very, very long time getting a points? And does it stop giving gold once you've reached the cap? So like right now, I'm not really getting a lot of gold while I'm trying to get gold here. And I'm looking at the audio track for the video, and I'm not seeing any more beeps in the audio track to indicate gold. So I must have, if I am right, I must have had 109 points and managed to get 50, get gold 50 times to get my score up to 159. That has to be it, because it looks like, from what I'm looking at the thumbnails, looks like I still mine for a bit, but I don't see the beeps for the gold. So I think you can get gold 50 times, and then you get nothing. So then you have to proceed, I am guessing. Or maybe it's not even 50 times. It could be 30, 60, 80, I don't know. So that's why I put gold seems maxed out, not getting any more. Well, not getting any. But yeah, looks like I'm not getting any more gold or points. Wouldn't get points without the gold. So let me know in the comments, click a like and subscribe and see if I am right. Is it 50 points? And after 50 points, you get no more gold and you just have to go on with the game. But man, I am telling you, I seriously remember getting robbed when me and Sean first played this game. Like, these guys appeared from like behind these trees, similar to this, and said something about hand over all your gold or something like that. Man, I could swear. Unless we were playing a different game that had kind of a similar vibe. But if you know for sure, let me know in the comments. Can you be robbed by robbers here in the woods panning for gold? Yeah, so I'm walking back to Sutter's Fort, and every once in a while just hitting function F3 to repeat the mine for gold thing. It certainly seems to have dried up, so whatever the points is, I think it is 50. I think after that, after you get gold 50 times, you don't get any more gold. So now we have to go on to the next part of the game. And the next part of the game was kind of tricky. This is where it goes into doing the thing with the mule and the branding and stuff like that. And so we're back in Sutter's Fort. So you're going to see the save games here paused for a moment while I Alt-Tab create a new folder, move them into that folder, and then come back over and then save with the clear save game area. And since we're next to the trader, might as well purchase our shovel and lantern while we're here, giving him some of our gold in doing so. Now, in hindsight, having finished the game, the shovel actually never comes into play. I do believe you can dig for gold, but unless I missed something, which is entirely possible because, I mean, I'm missing a lot of points here. I may have missed something for the digging of the shovel, for sure. So why not? If you know what the shovel is used for, can you actually dig for gold? If not, what is the shovel used for? Because thinking what happens next, it's pretty straightforward from here. You do a couple of things in a room, get a clue where to go, follow your mule, find the place, go into the thing, go down below, make sure you have a lantern. Apparently, I'll talk about it when I get there. Anyway, yeah, I don't remember what the shovel's for, so let me know in the comments if you know what the shovel is for. And that's assuming you got this far into the commentary. Which, listen, if you haven't, not going to fault you. If you made it past 2 minutes of this commentary, I commend you. All right, if you want to help us try to remember where to buy a mule, go ahead and click on that like, subscribe. It'll help poor Jared's memory and it'll help mine. So go ahead and click that like and subscribe so we can find out where to buy this here mule. Keep in mind, I knew how this was going to end. So in the original Gold Rush, they had a copy protection in the beginning. And it was one of those, hey, page this word, this paragraph, or this paragraph, this word, what's the word, whatever. And it was a huge book. Like the original book that came with the Gold Rush game is huge. So it proved to be pretty good for copy protection, but if you guessed wrong, this is where you would end up. And because that copy protection's not in here, I thought, you know what, let me go ahead and do a quick death by hanging, knowing that thievery would lead to it, and just explain that this is where you'd end up in the original if you did not know the copy protection. Finally found the place to buy mules. When I was in his way, he says, out of my way, so I put rude. All right, so now we have the mule. Now we have to go back to the smith / armory / whatever you want to call it and heat up our iron. Now, the thing that gets me is, you'll see when we get there, there's a wooden tire outside this guy's iron place. And it seems like a logical place that you might be able to tie up your mule while you go inside and heat your iron and make sure that your mule doesn't run off when you brand him. That's not the case. You can't tie your mule there. Or if you can, I could not figure out how to do it. So the first time I go in there, don't forget to click like and subscribe to make sure the mule doesn't run away. So the first time I go in there, the mule does run away. So see, you need to click like and subscribe to help me out here. So there's that tire that I'm talking about. And so when I go inside, mule detaches himself pretty much, and he decides to leave. And so by the time I get over to the next screen, the iron has cooled off and the mule's gone. So we're going to go ahead and restore to my save game called Sorry Buddy, because, branding the mule is going to be painful for the mule. So we're going to try to tie the rope to the tire. Doesn't know what a tire is. Makes sense. They're called wheels. So tie it to a wheel. Nope, that doesn't make sense. Tie a rope. Nope, what do you mean? So what we're going to do is we're going to save right here, right in front of the door, in case something goes wrong. And we're going to try this again. And this time he does not run off. You take the red hot iron and place it firmly on the mule's rear. It sizzles and stinks, but the mule takes it on all four. And this is where I say I feel like tying it to the wheel would have been a good option to make sure it doesn't run off, or after it gets branded that it doesn't do anything wild. But the game disagreed with me. Or maybe it didn't, and I just don't know how to tie. I don't know the command to tying it to that wheel. All right, so now we've branded it. He's going to ask for a description. Notes that it looks like a magnet holding the key, which is the brand that we have. He says go ahead and take it in. Any stall will do. You can leave it for a spell. So looking at the brand, this is the same kind of mule we want to look for that isn't our mule. Well, it is our mule. It's just it's our brother Jake's mule, not Jared's mule. And so what you want to do is you want to look at the branding of the mule, make sure you get the right one. And you can see with our own mule, he kind of does that reaction of, hey, what are you trying to do here? So now, verified that should do the trick. And once again, he makes a note, looks like a magnet holding a key. which, by the way, a magnet holding the key is also going to be super important later. Now notice that's the one we're looking for, and it says it's a very high spirited horse. So that's one we need to basically get a hold of. Whoops, sorry. I hit the microphone. I was calling the game, or that save game, thank you, guard, for reminding me, because I think it had been like a day or two, and I couldn't remember what I was doing when I walked in and out, and he said something about the all the mules look alike or something, and it was enough to remind me, like, oh, that's right, I need to look for something that has the same symbol that I'm looking for. And then he says, see you later. So now we have the correct mule. So now that I have the correct mule, I'm going to have to move the save games and then save it now that I have the correct mule with a new clean save area. And if you want to help me find my way to the next area, please don't forget to click like and subscribe. Alright, so I'm saving the game and it's got my new mule now. I will say, now that I'm always looking about how I have to pause the game, Alt-Tab out of the game, create a folder, move the game, Alt-Tab back, and then resave. If I had dual monitors, this would be so much easier, because then on my other screen, I would just have that folder open, and as soon as I saw I had 12 save games, I would just create it, move the game while I'm still playing, and be able to do this much quicker. Who knows, if I reach 1,000 subscribers, we could monetize this channel and maybe one day afford, well, actually first I would need to get a new video card, because I have a HP NV, I forgot the model, but it essentially has a built-in video card which only supports one video output. So can't even do dual monitors with my current setup. I would need to actually first get a second video card, and those things are bleeping expensive. So yeah, I would not probably spend my money doing that. I think I would just continue to just pause on the save game and do that, because I think video cards these days are like $600 something, and that's too much money right now for my blood being the sole income of this house. So continuing on to the game, and stop woeing about my lack of gold, unlike Jared over here who has $2,000 of gold. One of the things that you are given a clue about is to basically release the mule and trust him. So this is basically Jake's mule, and Jake's mule knows where to go. And so we just need to get a little bit out of town to basically be able to release the mule and follow him, and he'll lead us supposedly to Jake. And if you're wondering why, you're probably not wondering. It's probably the last thing you're even wondering. You're probably wondering why I'm still talking about it. But if you're wondering why I have the HPMV with the onboard video card, is a few years ago, I think it was before COVID, when my wife asked me what I wanted. I still had a Windows 7 machine, and it was on its last legs. Like, I enjoyed Windows 7, but you can tell the hard drive was getting slower and slower, starting to make those little clicking sounds. Knowing that it was coming to an end, I said, hey, you know what? I'll take a super cheap computer, like with Windows 11 on it or something. Just nothing great with video card. Don't worry about that stuff. I'm mostly going to be playing like old Sierra games or old video games that I have. Like the Wizardry games are another one that I enjoy playing. The Realms of Arcania game series, Legend of Carandia, those, older DOS games that I'll probably be playing on this machine. So don't need a cool video card or anything like that. Most of my gaming outside of these older games was typically done on the Xbox. Like, I played all the Mortal Kombats on my Xbox, Killer Instinct, you name it. I typically played it on either the Xbox or the PlayStation. But I was primarily an Xbox person. The last PlayStation I got was the PlayStation 2, but I got all the way up to the Xbox One. I don't have the Series S or the Series X, either one of those, which is a shame because that's where the new Mortal Kombat is on. So my current Xbox One can't even support that. It's like my life story, all these things that I want to play and I can't because I just don't have the money for it. I do have a Switch, but I've never played a Mortal Kombat game on a Nintendo system, and I don't feel like the Switch would give me everything that I want that I could play on like on Xbox X or S, whatever. So I still not gotten Mortal Kombat 1. Part of the reason because I can't afford it. Second is I don't really want to play it on the Switch. I may just end up doing it at some point, but I'll probably wait until Mortal Kombat 1 goes down in price. But going lo and behold, there's a gentleman called The Outer Middle Show here on YouTube who did a thing on a game called Sons of the Forest. And it's basically a survival game. It's like a horror game. You're on this island that you're stranded on. And it looked really interesting and really fun, just super chaotic. And it looked like the kind of game I would like to play with another person. And one of my coworkers said, hey, I'd play that with you. And I was like, yeah, my computer can't run it though. Well, he went ahead and bought it for me. And sure enough, my computer will run it. But if I leave the video settings on normal, like if we both run at the same time, within seconds, he's like 50 feet in front of me and gaining like every moment. So I turned all my video settings down all the way. And now it plays, but everything looks a little grainier than it does when you see on YouTube and stuff like that. But I'm able to play, and that's all I really care about. It's super fun, super chaotic. But then one of my friends I run like 5 D&D games, but for one of them, one of those players bought me Baldur's Gate 3, and it was the same situation. I had to turn everything down all the way in order for the game to really, really run. I could play it with the normal settings, but it was super slow. So one day, I may get a new computer with a real video card in it, but that's not anytime soon. All right, so I just saved the game from here. It gets a little foggy because this is where I remember the least. I remember the title within the Bible for that verse in the Bible. The words in all caps is green pastures. So I know the place I need to find is a place called Green Pastures. And then pretty much know from there it's either room 12 or room 21. So, and I mean, now I know because I've already played it. But I'm talking about when I was playing it for this playthrough, this area gets really, really foggy because there's so many intricate things that happen at this point where you realize your brother Jake is like the ultimate spy pretty much in the way he gives clues and the things that he's done. So like he has this mule that you will eventually follow and it will lead you to his place. But before that, you have to get into this hotel and you have to get into either room 12 or room 21. Spoiler alert, it's room 12, but in order to get into room 12, first you have to get into room 11. In room 11, you know what? We'll just talk about it when we get there because we're almost there. So we've just reached this town, and I am telling you, from here it gets so crazy intricate in terms of what you have to do. Again, just some cool effects of, them showing this town being built. There's someone inside the building pacing back and forth. I love the guy on the roof nailing and like inching his way across as he's nailing. These little details are like really, really well done. You can see tents still in the background, like over there, right above us is a tent. So it's really cool that they did so much detail. Like they didn't have to put a tent there, but they did. And you can see tents on the side because this town is still being built. I just thought they did a really good job with everything in this game, really. There was a lot of attention to detail, not in terms, and there you go, there's green pastures, not just in terms of like historical facts that they provide you along the trek and stuff like that. See right there, green pastures. So I edited out, I think I read the Bible like another 8 times before this showed up. So all I did was crop those other ones out for the video just to show the green pastures clue. But I thought it was really good that they provided a bunch of detail historically and just in the visual detail as well. And so if you recall now that we have the clue about the green pastures with that specific phrase that was on the tomb, obviously leading us here, we know that we have to get into either room 21 or room 12. So it is room 12 that we need to get into. And tie up the mule. We're going to head inside. He says, howdy, what can I do for you? So we're going to try to get a room. The town's full. There ain't no room in the hotel. Only way to get a room. Do you have a room reserved? Yes. What room do you have? And see, it's either room 12 or 21. And I think I was having, so when I was trying to, yeah. So I was having an issue. So I was using my numeric side of the keyboard. And I don't know if I had the num locks off or whatever was happening. Something was happening where I was pressing like room 12 and it would like page down. So eventually I just used the keys at the top to get room 12 to show. But then he eventually says, hey, that's interesting. There is no really room 12, but there's a letter for room 11. Do you want to deliver it? And again, I'm pretty sure this is illegal to take someone's post mail and do this. And it's a lot of great trust this gentleman has in us just delivering it to the right room and not opening it. But it says room 11 is right next to room 12, so we may be able to benefit from this. So we'll head right on upstairs. And right there we can see room 13. Room 12 looks to be all scratched off, and then there's room 11. So don't know what's going to happen, so let's save it as very trusting man. Everyone in this game is very trusting of Jared. Jared must have that kind of face that just people just trust. Trusted us to be a scout, trusted us to buy the oxen. This guy trusts us to get the deliver the mail. And so the guy says, yeah, what do you want? And so we give the man to the message. He opens it, begins to read it. His face drops. He says, I gotta go. You're in my way, man. So you move out of the way, and he leaves the door wide open. So we're just going to go ahead and step inside. Now, if you look at the fireplace, you'll notice that there is a cannon on the fireplace. And I'm going to go ahead and save the game as this seems shady. So nothing interesting in the drawer, but that cannon certainly looks familiar. It's just like the one on the Sutter's Fort tombstone. However, the wheel on the cannon looks bigger than the one on the tombstone. You wonder why the wheel on the cannon looks bigger. So let's turn the wheel. And as you continue to turn it, something opens up inside the fireplace. So A, your brother somehow knew that you would end up in room 11, or he had room 11 at some point, did something to room 12, created this secret passage between the cannons, and now has this super tricky room over here. And you'll see that there's a note on the table, and there's also a magnet. So we're going to grab the note. If you're looking for gold, then find me. Make sure no one follows you, your brother. Well, yeah, we're looking for gold. That's why we came here. You get this horseshoe. So look floor. Notice string. See, once again, over to the, at least this one's more visible. There's string over there to the bottom left. It'll look like the Enterprise to me, but it is string. And then there's a bird cage here, which seems kind of out of place. And this is where I was talking about, where it says looking cage. There's nothing unusual. So we're going to open the window. Well, first we're going to unlatch the window, apparently, because it's locked. And then we're going to open the window. And now this is where it's pretty tricky. If you don't know to wait, it's similar to the real estate guy. If you don't know to wait, you don't know that a messenger bird is going to come through. So if you want to get that messenger bird to show up, click like and subscribe. So I don't know if that's a weird bug where I mentioned before where you can type open something and just responds back with open it. So now we see that a bird has landed in the cage and has a capsule attached to it. For a clue to my exact location, insert family photo here. So imagine if you did not grab that family photo all the way in the beginning. So we put the capsule in the bird thing, or sorry, we put the photo in the capsule, and then we just patiently wait for the bird to take flight. And I guess that's probably one of the reasons why no matter which route you take, the game tells you, hey, you've forgotten something. You know, you have interesting reading over here, or probably would say, maybe it would be great to have a picture for the trip to let you know you should grab a photo or whatever. So that's probably why they do that, to hopefully try to give you clues on how to prevent a dead end. So now the bird has departed, and now we just sit around and wait for the next clue. So I began moving my guy back and forth to indicate he was pacing, waiting for the bird to come back. I imagine Jared being upset that he's gone through all this to find his brother. Maybe angry, maybe upset, a little bit anxious. And then we hear the door from room 11 slam shut. That's not good. that means the guy next door is home. And you'll see when I try to climb through, you end up going to a hanging. And because you look like a robber or whatever. So the actual way out is not that it took too long. The actual way out is going to be through that window. So we're going to resume some pacing, waiting for the bird to come back. And the bird is back. So there's an aerogram in the capsule. We get the aerogram out of the capsule. As trusty as my mule may be, just follow him and he'll lead you to me. So now we know, I was talking about this earlier, that if you follow the mule, he'll lead you to where Jake is. Well, at least sort of where Jake is. Leads you to Jake's establishment anyway. But first we're going to go ahead, yet again, pause on the save game area, create a new folder, move these out, blah, blah, blah. So I tried to see if there was a door to go out here, which is actually false because when you walk from 13 to 11, you can see that there is a door there. Since you've already seen the hanging scene, I'm just going to restore. We're just going to go out the alternate route. And this is actually pretty fun. I actually get caught the first time. Again, they did this so well. I just love how he's like shimming across that thing. I shimmied too soon. But I mean, you have ample time, so I'll shimmy to the edge. And then when he walks back, there's so much ample time. Counting the seconds, and they're like, yeah, all right. So when he comes back my way, I'll shimmy across. Made it with plenty of time. Then you end up on the balcony. Your trusty mule's still waiting for you down there. And there is that door, so we can just take that door and head on down. All right, so we're getting close, so let's do this. So you can see, leaving the town, you can just say follow mule, and if you're not further enough away, it'll tell you try a smidgen further out of town. Notice that time gave me no message. So now we're gonna follow the mule as he or she leads us on a wild goose chase. It's funny because it keeps saying you're right on his tail, and the whole time I feel like I'm getting further and further behind. And here we are. We have arrived at his place. Now, eventually we have to get to that house, and we have to make it through those bushes. Getting through those bushes was worse than trying to get through the bushes in the Panama, because it is not very clear on how to get through those. So the mat looks dirty. Now, if you look at the rug, you can see like it has brown, but it also has gold in it. There are specks of gold. Now, see, I thought it was super clever when I revealed that door. I thought that's where we had to climb down, not the outhouse. But then it talks about that there's no visible latches here. And I guess it makes sense in case someone's watching him, they see him go in the outhouse and never leave the outhouse, I guess. No one knows how he's getting to his gold. Like, he can either enter or exit through the outhouse or this secret door. But again, the amount of stuff he would have done to do this. So if you want to help our guy find our brother, don't forget to click like and subscribe, because we are so close. But going through this secret door in the floor does nothing. We never actually see it in use. So it's not like when we find our brother, we go through it. Nothing. We just discover that it's there. And honestly, I don't know why there's so many flies near the outhouse, because clearly it's more than just an outhouse. It's a secret passage. And trying to get through these bushes was really lame. And if you agree with me that trying to get through these bushes was worse than the bushes in Panama, leave me a comment below whether you agree or disagree and tell me why. And you can see that was stupid. I was trying to be funny with light the match to basically kill the smell of poop. So when you look down, it is much deeper than any outhouse shaft you have ever seen. So imagine if your brother was digging. This just dawned on me. Imagine if your brother had come out here to get away and maybe look for some gold. He builds this outhouse, starts digging, and actually that doesn't look deeper than any freaking outhouse. I've gone camping and I've seen outhouse holes that are deeper than that. But imagine he actually goes to build this outhouse, digs this hole, and ends up, I mean, listen, this is a huge cavern. Your brother's been gone for a long time, so maybe he's been doing it this whole time. But imagine he's digging this outhouse out for the hole, and starts finding flecks of gold and just continues digging down this very extensive cavern. And there's simply no way that he himself has built all of this. So if we look, we see a door that has the magnet with the key. And if you recall, we picked up the string that was in the room, and we also picked up a magnet as well. So we're going to use a little bit of the old Cape Horn trick and do some fishing, if you will. So there we go. We've tied the magnet to the string. We've put the magnet in the hole. We've lowered it, passed it down slowly, and we hear it clink to something. So you don't say get magnet, raise magnet. So even more carefully than when you lowered it, you raise the magnet. Beads of sweat are pouring down your head. Congratulations, you pull out a magnet along with a steel key. So now we have the key to the door. So use key on door. So don't forget to click like and subscribe, because if you do, we'll find more gold with your help. And surely we wouldn't fall down a flight of stairs/ladder if we had over 1,000 subscribers. Unfortunately, we're not at 1,000 subscribers, so there is a good chance that our good friend Jared, sometime in this cavern, is about to have a catastrophic accident. So if you want to help Jared out, tell your friends to come by, click like and subscribe on the channel, and let's see if we can get up to 1,000 subscribers and really help Jared get that gold and find his brother, and also help me get a little bit of extra money. All right, so there we go. Had we had 1,000 subscribers, Jared would not have had that tragic accident, and probably have it several more times trying to grab that stupid ladder. Now, there is a Space Quest game in which Roger Wilco puts a gem in his mouth, and it has a very familiar feel to this, with Roger Wilco crawling around this cavern. Do you know which Space Quest game I am talking about? And if you do, let me know in the comments. There is also a King's Quest game in which the main character, not going to say who, has a lantern moving through caves as well, and has the same kind of feel to it where it's kind of dark and you just see the light of the cave. Let me know in the comments which King's Quest game that is. And if you happen to again, Jared dies. We need those 1,000 subscribers, I swear. And if you happen to know the Quest for Glory game, that also has our hero walking through a dark cavern with a lantern to perform some very dark rituals. Let me know in the comments if you know which Quest for Glory game that is. So as we move about, we can see that there is a pickaxe here. So you can't say get axe, you have to say get pick. And it seems to be a pretty small room, but there were other areas to go with the elevator. But let's try using the pickaxe and seeing if we get anything. And we can see we struck gold. And I'm noticing that I got gold, so I got more points again. So I guess the only point to really harvest gold while you're down here is for the points. I have no idea if this ties into the gold panning maximum, or if you get, again, like maybe a maximum of 25 to 50 points by mining gold down here. But really, at this point, we've gone through so much trouble looking for our brother that at this point, if this were me in real life, having gone through everything that I've already gone through just to get this far, I'd be like, you know what? Forget the gold. Let me just go find my brother. But you got to get points here. Oh, earlier I was talking about where there was something really weird that you can do. So you can, for maximum points, I think, because if you light your lantern and make your way through, you will not get maximum points, even though you've done everything else. If I remember correctly, in order to get maximum points, you have to do everything else correctly. And then, for whatever stupid reason you would ever do it, is you would go through this cave without a lantern. Now, what I don't understand is how you would know where to basically pickaxe without just taking a few feet, hit enter, hit a few feet, enter. So if you think that we can do it, go ahead and click that like and subscribe. By the way, I did not try it, and I don't even think I want to try it. But go ahead and click that like and subscribe anyway. But I don't know how you'd make it through here if you're getting points for finding gold as you're walking through this cave. How you could possibly know where and when to mine for gold, and more importantly, where those ladders are. I feel like you'd have to save constantly so that you don't fall off the edge. I guess you could kind of map this out now and kind of get a feel for where you might be in terms of where the ladders are. But even then, you don't type to, stand on the ladder. You have to walk and then move up or down. And if you move too far to the right, you will just fall off the ladder, which is what was happening with Jared last time. I didn't realize that I had to stop him from moving in the left direction. I just thought he would get on the ladder and stop like a normal human would and not keep moving to the left. So it would seem like, and there's more gold up there. So it seems like doing this without any form of light to be able to also mine gold while you're here, not know when you've reached the top and can't go any further, like here, it just seems like it'd be really, really, really difficult. And then there's things like with this, for example, it says I can't reach the gold. And again, you can move to the left or the right on the ladder. And that's eventually what I figured out I had to do. I was like, well, I'm trying to get the gold, but what if I just start edging my way? So again, I don't know how you would know without a lantern how to do that, especially that part. So once again, moving the save games, all that stuff. You know what I'm doing. And honestly, I'm just gonna not really comment too much on this because it's pretty much the same thing as panning for gold. It's a lot of walking around, mining randomly, getting gold nuggets and such. So not really too much more to talk about until we finally reach our brother and the things we have to do once we get there. It's funny, I saved the game called Ropes and Ladders. It's a reference to an old game called Chutes and Ladders because I thought that was a rope off to the side. And it's not. It's actually gold. So, whoops. So at long last, we break through that wall. We're squinting our eyes to look at the guy on the other side. All of this has led to this very moment. You look closer, want to get closer, take a look. He's got a beard. So do we. It's been 11 years, but there's no doubt about it. It's Jake. And we wait a minute, shout, Jake, it's me, your damn brother, who came searching for you with all the weird clues you left. So you go in for that brotherly embrace, pat each other on the back. It's been 11 long years. Shake hands. Yeah, I'm surprised too, given the clues that you left for us. You ask what he's been up to, and that's been a long story. Or that's a long story. We'll get to it later. But I'm closing in on the finest gold vein in California. And then he says, "Well, let's get to working." So figured if he said he was close, try to mine where he's at. But it says you need to be closer. So maybe I just need to mine on this side. Nothing. And nothing again. And still nothing. So here's a spoiler. See those two, well, where I was standing, there's that gold just a little bit up, and there's gold a little bit down. kind of sort of want to dig around there, but thinking that since I hit nothing, that must not be the right spot. So we'll just fast forward until we get to the right spot. So by digging in between, we've struck gold. So give a like and subscribe if you think we finally found the right spot. And it looks like we struck more gold. So my brother, who's over there, been picking at this forever. And we struck gold again. And we just made a hole. And he says keep digging, so we're gonna make a pick, and it's getting bigger. Keep swinging that pick. It'd be nice if he just came over and helped also. All right, so now it says the hole's big enough. Can't walk through it, so we're just probably gonna have to type the climb in hole. With great anticipation, you crawl into the underground hole. For a moment, you and James stand in awe of what you have found. The silence is broken only by the echoes of the splashing stream winding through the cavern. And there is a metric ton of gold. And as your brother goes to examine, he confirms it is not fool's gold that you've found, but this is real gold. So clicking that like and that subscribe if you are happy that they finally found gold, pure gold. And they dance around quite a bit. Then they do the cool high five, arms up in the air. Your courage, commitment, and perseverance have made it so your dream has come true, and definitely beyond your highest hopes or aspirations. Thank you for playing Gold Rush. Alright, so that's it. The video trails on for like another 30 or so seconds, mostly just to give me time. If you have made it this far, or if you've just skipped to the end just to see what I say, please give a like and subscribe. It truly, truly, truly helps the channel. I am clawing my way to 1,000 subscribers. I don't mind that it's going slow. I do wish it was faster so I can start monetizing earlier and get money earlier. Once I do hit 1,000 subscribers, I can start monetizing the channel. I'm currently at, last I checked, 710. So I still have a way to go. But when I started this channel, I was surprised when I hit 300. And then I was surprised when I hit 500. And then everything after 500 has been a surprise. And it's given me the hope that, yes, I can achieve 1,000 subscribers and potentially, hopefully, one day more. I don't expect that I'll get a lot of money from monetizing these because most of my videos don't get 3K views or anything like that. They typically get 100 to 200, which I don't know what that is in conversion to YouTube money. But every little penny will help, man. I am the sole provider of my house. My wife was unable to work after June 2020, unrelated to COVID, but happened during the height of COVID. Her health took a dive, so she's not able to drive, work, or anything like that. We live in San Diego, which is expensive. So this amazing hobby that I have of my passion of Sierra games, I've turned into this channel, and I was just doing it for fun. Never thought it would keep growing, and it has been, and I'm super thankful for that. But if you can help, feel free to share it, tell other people about it, tell them to come by and click like and subscribe, because there's a really funny guy who does this stuff. And sometimes he makes cool little intros, and he's kind of fun when he talks about the videos. You don't even have to be telling the truth. You can just be saying these things that's a blatant lie to get these people to subscribe to my videos. I'll take it. Anyway, much love to all of you who've made it this far, or didn't even make it this far and skipped to this part. Love you all, and thanks again. All right, bye.